All right, I am here, and I'm going to be continuing the first Descendant. Apologies for the longer starting soon. I started to make a cup of coffee right as I started the stream. But yes, so as far as last stream goes and where we are now, we are building into Valby crit meta build. We have our second energy activator fully complete and ready to use, which is beautiful. Last stream we got our Thunder Cage maxed out. And we're gold farmers now. We have accepted the profession of gold farmer. We need to be using these. We have a lot of those. Nudwiser, welcome back. I'm doing well. How are you? Good to see you. We have accepted the profession of the title Gold Farmer. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a prefix of gold. If the devs are listening, they should make a really, really rare prefix title for the noun gold. Cold, but with a G. This one's close. This one's close. Maybe there is gold. That's why I'm looking through. I don't think there is gold. Because I would definitely choose gold right now if there was gold. We are officially gold farmers. Always good to hear. I'm doing great, thanks. Good, nice. Yeah, I hope work is going well. I'm seriously not joking. Like we are gold farmers at this point. Like if we want to get Valby cranked to the max, we gotta get on that gold farm. Now I did meta the battle pass. I did wait to claim this, but we don't need Kuiper shards. We need gold. We just need gold. And we need to level Valby as well. Got Kyle crafting, so stoked. Nice. Got 2 parts for Jaber. Yeah. Almost have ultimate Gley. Damn, you're on the hard grind. Very nice. Yeah, Kyle and Jaber are some of the hardest to obtain. Ultimate Gley also being one of the hardest to obtain. I'm on the ultimate Gley grind myself personally. As far as I can tell, ultimate Gley is the primary reason why I'm building to be able to beat the hard executioner. Like, if I want ultimate Gley, we're gonna need to beat the hard executioner. And as my firm decision dictates, all of the hard Colossus in the game, I am going to be soloing. We are going to be soloing all of the hard Colossus. And just being flat out honest to why. I want to use the hard Colossus in the game to kind of gauge my own builds. You know, if I beat a hard Colossus solo, then I may very well go on to do it in public matches or with a party, if anyone's interested. But as for doing them the first time, the clearest way to put it is I just don't want to get carried the first time I do it. Ooh, ultra precision code breaker. Anticipated ambush confirmed, the best code breaker farm. I should go to the also can't beat the dude before that solo. I don't think. Which dude before that? Oh, Hanged Man? Hanged Man is a particular mechanic. Which, because of Hanged Man's mechanic where you need to pick up the orb, I don't even know, as far as that mechanic goes, if it's even soloable. Can you even solo a Hanged Man? I don't know. Ooh, season level 95. We are almost max level battle pass at this point. Oh, they were inside of each other's bubbles. Like, I couldn't shoot one while I was in the other's bubble. Which then exemplifies exactly why Bunny's lightning emission is so good. Like, don't get me wrong, I completely understand the Bunny dislike. But it's undeniable that Bunny's lightning emission ability is the best farming ability in the game. Yeah, right at that point in this mission, my frame rate tanks. I have no idea why. The dude before Frostwalker, you can't do solo? Oh, interesting. Well, thankfully for Ultimate Gley, I only need to worry about Executioner. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about some of the boss mechanics, you may not actually be able to solo a couple of them. Or maybe you can, it's just significantly more difficult. We are leveling Valby right now, by the way. We use the energy activator and a crystallization catalyst on Valby. We are getting Valby cranked. By cranked, I mean we're taking base Valby and making them as powerful as we can possibly, as powerful as the game allows us to make them, basically. And that is derived from supply moisture. So supply moisture we can get down to a capacity cost of 4, which is insane considering the crit rate it gives us. Like a 4 capacity module that gives you 20% flat crit rate. That's just absurd. I was a little bit early that time. I know of another gold farm location in the game, at Fortress. The problem is that you need to basically rely on people intentionally failing the mission. And I don't know if I like that. Like, just from like a gameplay standpoint, I don't know if I like that. No. Let me rephrase. I don't like that. I don't like the idea of needing to fail a mission to maximize your farm. Like, it just doesn't sit right with me. And the thing is, it makes sense, right? Like, it makes sense that one of the best farming missions in the game would be one where you need to intentionally fail it. Because the devs wouldn't test that, right? Like, it's harder to test for, like, oh, what happens if a player fails this over and over again and then restarts it, right? Hard Frostwalker drops 6 fireballs. Everyone has to pick up fireballs. Yeah, I have seen that, and that's why I'm thinking, yeah, there may actually be, bosses that require you to be in a team. That's tough, because that's like you're relying on public parties if you don't have a group of people who know what they're doing, which is what it comes down to, right? Like, no doubt you increase the difficulty and then you make mechanics that like require a party. It comes down to having a group of people who really know what they're doing, which is fine, but that's what it comes down to. I'm just happy that with Ultimate Gley, we don't need to worry about anything more than hard executioner, and it doesn't even increase your drop chance. This thing chunks so hard. And I don't even have an energy activator in this thing. I'm honestly wondering, you know, before I put an energy activator in this Eternal Willpower, I may try the hard executioner solo before I do it. And then if I need that extra bump, then I'll use it. Let me quickly get rid of these. Wait, why are these dropping? Hold on. Yeah, I might want to look through these before I drop them. Remove all his junk. I'm full on inventory, I think. Yeah, I'm full on inventory. I'm just gonna pick up this last stuff and get out so I don't look like I'm AFK farming. One person has to pick up fireballs and stand by the 6 until Frostwalker gets close. Then pick up and you're all in the circle, immune to his wipe mechanic. Okay. Yeah, see, as far as I can tell, this is the only thing I care about. When it comes to the hard bosses in the game, this is the only thing I care about. And we looked through Dead Bride 68, Molten Fortress 126. This is a 58. We looked it up. We looked it up. It is confirmed. Regardless of whether you do Executioner, Dead Bride, or Molten Fortress, it is a 6% drop. That's all I care about. So as far as getting ultimate Gley code goes, you're going to need to do hard Executioner a lot. Because I was like, oh yeah, well I can also do the outpost with Sharon, right? No, you can't. Look, you just can't. So this right here is the only reason, and I say that very literally, the only reason that I'm even thinking about doing hard intercept outposts. And I don't care about Dead Bride. I don't care about Molten Fortress. Yeah, we'll try by the end of this stream, I will try hard Executioner again solo. But primarily we're trying to stack gold, and that is a process in itself. So here's the thing, right? We're starting, I know that anticipated ambush mission so well at this point that I know before we were getting ultimate burning mixture reactor. Now we're getting materialized mixture reactor. And if I recall, the reason for that is if I go to map, G, and then difficulty level rewards, I'm pretty sure these change. See? Time remaining until next reward rotation. And if we look at Sterile Land, Rockfall, that's this. And that's why this is now dropping the material, the non-attribute rather than the fire. See, because these change. Now, it's non-attribute fusion, which I think is actually good on Valby. But we really want non-attribute dimension on Valby. Right? This is non-attribute dimension. And I think all of these are going to be non-attribute fusion. So this is how you would like... If you wanted non-attribute fusion, you would just roll a whole bunch of these. Find one that had like thunder cage mounting and good attribute rolls, and then you'd be good. But as for these, I think it's going to be non-attribute fusion. Now, we could stick to our Q, but we do so much damage with our C and our V. See, like this one? It would make our Q really powerful. Our Z doesn't do any damage. That's the problem. And as far as I can tell with our Z... Oh, it does. Okay, so Laundry Bomb, continuous damage, does actually scale with skill power. But if you watch me play Valby, I rarely use this unless I'm in like an oh shit situation. Where it's like, there are an insane amount of enemies around me. If I could just suck them into a bubble in the air, it would make things easier. That's the only time you'll see me use this thing. What does it mean when your reactor says miss skill 100? It's only on gold reactors. Wait, hold on. Missed skill. Missed skill power? That means that you're only getting 100%. Like, for this one right here, I demonstrated it in an earlier stream, and we did confirm. So let's just take a look at this one. This is a Blue Beetle mounting. I do not have that optimization condition met because I do not have the Blue Beetle in my character's hands at the current time. If I had the Blue Beetle and I equipped it and I put it in my character's hands and then I equipped this reactor, it would meet the optimization condition. Valby would be holding the Blue Beetle in her hands, and we would be getting an extra 60% skill power. Right? We would have the reached skill power 160%. Right now, we have the missed skill power only 100%. But for that extra 60%, we need the Blue Beetle to be in our character's hands. And yes, we confirmed it. You cannot simply have, if Valby is holding the Eternal Willpower and I have the Blue Beetle as my second weapon, but I'm using the Eternal Willpower, I still am not meeting that condition. It needs to be in your character's hands. So when it comes to the ultimate reactors in the game, it is they're not bad, right? I joked, like, the ultimate reactors are not so ultimate after all. They are good, but they're very specific. So the optimization condition with the Blue Beetle, this is basically directly tied to the Blue Beetle. No, not true. I tested it in one of my last live streams. I had my character, my Descendant, standing here with, if I could find one with an ultimate weapon that I actually have. Here, we have a Nizastra's Devotion. Okay, we can test it. All right, let's test it. We're gonna test it. Here we go. Okay. I'm gonna put the Nizastra's Devotion in my second slot, right? But I'm gonna take the Silly Weeper and put it in my character's hands, right? If I look over here, oh no, I don't have the optimization condition. The Nizastra's Devotion mounting is not checked on this reactor. Oh, why could that be? It's because my character has the Silly Weeper in their hands. If I go and I click over here and I put the Nizastra's Devotion in my character's hands, and then I hover over this, oh look, it's checked. See, so it's confirmed that just because I have it equipped, right? If I'm using the Eternal Willpower in my hands, but I have the Nizastra's Devotion, I have it equipped. Why am I not getting the check mark? It's because it needs to be in your hands. Because it needs to be in your hands. There you go. There's the check mark. I have the gun it requires. It's in my hands and it still says miss skill power. Which gun? I've never seen that. That sounds potentially like a bug if that's the case. I've tested this with the Thunder Cage and the Nizastra's Devotion at this point. As far as I can tell, the ultimate reactors are directly paired with the ultimate weapon that is under the optimization condition. And if you're using an ultimate reactor and you have the Nizastra's Devotion, but you instead break out the Silly Weeper because you want to get some snipe shots off, you're not getting that optimization condition anymore. Yeah, if you're holding the if whatever I don't know what you're using, what uh ultimate weapon you're using, but I've tested this with the Thunder Cage and the Nizastra's Devotion. If you have the ultimate weapon in your hands and you check something that has that ultimate weapon mounting, it should show as reach skill power 160%. If that doesn't happen, then you might have a bug. It might actually be a bug in the game. Regardless, the Nizastra's Devotion special ability is like very specific. It restores allies' shield at the I don't think anyone's really using this thing. Which is why that is I'm not even using another phase exchanger to get that up to 100. We're gonna keep it. I'm not gonna junk it, but what I'm saying is that it says 160 when the gun is in your hands. Yes. Right below that, it says miss skill power 100 in red. It still says it for you. Yes, but it's not highlighted. It's great. It's grayed out. The UI in this game is very unpolished, and some things are like hard to recognize. But it grays it out. It highlights it gives you a checkbox next to the Nizastra's Devotion mounting, and then it highlights in white reach skill power 160, and then it makes grayed out missed skill power 100% becomes grayed out. Yeah. See, like hand cannon weapon class equipped. Do I have a hand cannon? No, I don't. I can get one here. If I look at this one right here, hand cannon weapon class equipped, miss skill power 100%. If I equip the hand cannon, it now grays out miss skill power 100%. And reach skill power is highlighted. The red 100% means nothing? Yes, it doesn't mean anything. It's purely unpolished UI. Like, it should gray out all of it. It should gray out the 100 as well. Yeah. What it's implying is that you're no longer getting that missed condition. You're now getting the reached condition. But the way it's represented in the UI is jank. It's like it's not indicative. Yeah. Like, it's one or the other. But for some reason, they have a checkbox for the hand cannon, but then they don't have a checkbox for the reached or missed. Yeah, it's all good. The UI in this game these are the kinds of things that are exactly what I'm talking about when I say this game lacks polish. The UI in some regards, in particular, is like you have to like do serious investigation to figure out what things mean sometimes. Yeah, it's all good. And I'm happy to answer any questions like that, for real. I'm not going to junk those. I'm going to look for one that we want. Well, there was this one that's actually pretty decent, right? But it makes our that non-attribute skill power is the same roll across both of them. This makes our Q much stronger. And honestly, our Q is probably the easiest to use. Like, if we're actually fighting the Executioner, our Q ability is ranged. So we can, like, fire it at the Executioner from range. Our V ability, as far as I can tell, cleanup, when we have more skill power, that doesn't increase the amount of damage reduction we get from liquefy. As far as I can tell over time, this ability's main functionality and value comes from the fact that it reduces the damage you take by 50%. That's insane. And it increases your move speed. Like, those are two very functional things. Plop plop knocks down enemies. That's also very heavy utility. It's basically like stunning enemies. Yeah. But Bubble Bullet is the one I'm thinking about. Because if you look at that skill power, right? This one's at like 151. This one's at 40, 51. If you look at the skill power of the burst damage on Bubble Bullet, that is huge. 482%. If we buff that in particular, that could be massive burst damage. So I keep saying we don't want non-attribute fusion. Non-attribute fusion is probably what we actually want. The problem is this is a hand cannon, though. This may actually be better than what we're using, is what I'm trying to say. And also, this is... I really want to get rid of this one. Because the shotgun weapon class is a detriment in terms of any type of Colossus battle. When you're fighting Colossus, you want to be able to keep your distance and get consistent damage off even when you are even when you're at range. So ideally, we would get a scout rifle like this one. Skill duration, I don't know if we care about that. Let me equip the... That's a hand cannon as well. We should definitely be farming. At this point, we should definitely be farming. Ooh, more skill critical hit rate. This one's interesting. And it gives a buff to dimension power. But again, the non-attribute skill power is the best roll that you can get on something like this. Because it impacts all of your skills. It's pretty much at the point where... See, this is another one that's like interesting. Cooldown, non-attribute, but shotgun. Like, we need this. We need this right here, except with scout rifle. So definitely the things that are now dropping at the things that are now dropping at the anticipated ambush point are things we actually need to look at. And as far as I can tell, the more I think about Bubble Bullet, the more I think that, yeah, we actually do want fusion power versus dimension. Because that burst damage is massive. Yeah, as far as all of these go, I'll check this one. Crit. Nah. This one has a gold firearm. Ooh, not bad. We'll compare that. But everything else, I think, check this one. Yeah. Yeah, as far as I can tell, anticipated ambush is going to actually be dropping things that we want, on top of the fact that it's the best gold farm in the game. I unfortunately do think that it's getting to that point where we are gold farmers. And confirmed, you get code breakers from ambush point. We have one extra energy activator at this point. And honestly, I think as far as these go, because they're so difficult to obtain, this is probably one of the most difficult things to obtain in the game. Not the most difficult, but one of the most difficult things to obtain. I'm probably always going to keep one of these in buffer. As far as my strategy goes when playing this game, I'm going to keep one of these in buffer at any given time. Unless I have another one researching, so that I never reach a point where I'm like, damn, if I had an energy activator right now, I could pop it on this thing and we could clear this to unlock this Descendant or whatever, you know? But as far as this goes, I'm not going to use this until we attempt the Executioner solo again. I can't do any of these gold farming things. It's so insanely boring. Yeah, as far as I just started the stream by doing anticipated ambush point. I'm gonna be doing hard Slumber Valley, but my strategy with hard infiltration is if we get matched with a party of 3, or if someone goes down in the first like 2-3 minutes, then I just leave immediately. And you can say, oh, that's so messed up, don't do that. I'm not gonna get stuck in a hard infiltration mission for 20+ minutes. It's just never gonna happen again. I would rather do anticipated ambush point, because then at least I'm getting gold. At least. That's my take. But the second I feel like I'm having my time like disrespected, I just leave. It's just like, it doesn't feel good. Yeah, the one we have, the fireworks that we have is very, very good. This is like, like, look at this. You know what I mean? The only thing better would just be two ultimate rolls instead of the rare rolls. But like, we rolled so many of those fireworks from the anticipated ambush point. All right, we're gonna wind up for Slumber Valley so that we can get Amorphous 58. So then we can attempt hard Executioner. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. I have 17 million gold. Haven't done the farming at all. Nice. I leave 2. It's a waste of time if they can't even get the passive. Yeah, that's kind of like a bar. right? Like, it's a bar for entry. If I'm gonna invest 10 upwards of 15 minutes potentially, and someone goes down in the first minute or two, then it's a serious indication that I don't need to waste my time. And we're getting Valby cranked. We are getting Valby cranked, but I'm not at the point where I can just carry in hard infiltration missions, unfortunately. I do have the Silly Weeper and the... I have two of the same ammo type. The fact that the Silly Weeper's so good, I don't think we mind. It would be nice to have a sniper rifle, though. As far as, like, not needing a shotgun now, hand cannon sniper combo would be pretty decent. I'm gonna attempt the hard executioner a bit later, and we're gonna determine whether we really need energy activator in this eternal willpower. We currently have a bubble bullet is very satisfying. The fact that we just slam with it is so nice, and it's got a reasonable cooldown too. Cleanup gives us so much survivability, it's absurd. We need to kill the bombers for sure. Those are by far the most annoying. And bubble bullet's cooldown is actually very usable. Like, I can just keep using it pretty much. Hold on, Silly Weeper time. There we go. Yeah, we're just getting sniped at the whole time. Yeah, there are 4 more up there. Oh shit, are they starting the thing? This part of this mission, I think... If they start it, and we don't get there in time, then it fails the mission. Yeah, see that bar at the top? It started going down until we were all inside the circle. So if we didn't get inside the circle, the mission would actually fail for all of us. So someone could definitely troll, stand right outside the circle, and then just fail the mission for everyone. See, like 79, 78, yeah, see? I'm absolutely not gonna do that. But we learned the hard way when we tried to speedrun this with Bunny. Damn, those guys have a lot of HP. The Vulgus war slaves are like melee tank type enemies. Please? We got cooling metallic foil from that. What? They were like flying into the air. Oh, I have explosion effects turned off. When Gley does that with the vestigial organ, it basically makes it impossible to see anything. And that's why I turned off the explosion effects. Because it's not their fault. It's not a troll. It's just when you use a launcher in this game, it creates massive explosive effects. We don't even have max level Valby right now. But yeah, this hard Slumber Valley, you can just feel it. Like all of the different stages, compared to the normal Slumber Valley, it's like twice as long. All of the enemies are more difficult, and there are even more stages. Now, I'm pretty sure that you can speedrun after this part. If you go through this really quickly, you can speedrun this. But you get more points when you kill all the enemies. Yeah, the reload time on this is rough, but the fact that it does so much damage per shot is what makes it still worth it. Mag size increase would be helpful. For sure. If I just use cleanup, I can avoid that. Which is another reason why Valby is just massive survivability. Yeah, we should just always have them hit with Bubble Bullet over and over again. If I hit them, yeah, I can hit the bubbles with that plop plop ability. So when you see the bubbles, using plop plop right underneath the mini boss will actually hit the bubbles. Yeah, they don't get knocked down by that at all. The only thing that happens is they just melee us instantly. But we should save our plop plop for when they do the bubble ability. And the AI in this game is a little bit weak in the sense that if you can kind of bait them to fire into a wall. There we go. Damn. We just got slammed. I'm gonna go down if I don't get this. Double frame drop. See this boss right here? See how long they're taking to kill? This is why I'm like weary of doing hard infiltrations, because if I disconnect at this point, we're fried. Like it's gonna suck ass if we did DC at this point. Out of general rounds. Oh, I rolled backwards. All right, we have general rounds again. All right, we have to dodge this. Clickety clack goes the eternal willpower. There we go. And that is how you get the amorphous 58. Yeah, see, 12 minutes, 46 seconds. In order to get the extra drop, we would have needed to have gotten higher than this. But this is the only amorphous that drops ultimate Gley code. We determined that. Not the only. There are two others, but the two others that drop ultimate Gley code you need to open by doing even harder Void Intercept Colossus battles, and you still only get a 6% chance. So there's that. That is the difficulty of the ultimate Gley grind. See, 68 and 126. If I go here, 126, part of the fortress, which is, I think, the last, that's the hardest infiltration mission. What was the other one? 68? Yeah. And then unknown laboratory drops this one. But that's the thing. 68, oh, we can do unknown laboratory, sure. But if we want to actually open it, hard dead bride. Hard dead bride is 2 after, I think it's 2 after the executioner, right? No, it's the one after executioner. So that's not terrible, but if I can do it, why wouldn't I just do the executioner then? Oh, this would have been so good if it had decent rolls. I mean, the scout rifle, non-attribute fusion, yeah. That's not how we're gonna get the reactor we're looking for. Ooh. Tomb Guard. This may actually be better, and if we get another one of these, we get plus 25% defense. I think that's what just dropped from that mission that we just did. The hard infiltration. We could definitely use a new auxiliary power. This one is interesting because it gives us twice as much defense at base. And if we get another one, then we get plus 25% defense. So we not only get more defense flat out, we also have the chance to get plus 25% if we find another one which may very well also be very good. And I don't think I can pass up that defense. Like, if we look at our current defense, we're at 27,000. 32,000. We're at 7,500 health. 79. So we lose 400 health, but we gain like 5,000 defense. 7,500. Yeah, that's only 400 HP for another 5,000 defense. Yeah, that is worth it. I think these set items are going to be like the next step. We're not going to find level 101, level 102. We're going to end up finding these set items, which as far as I can tell are akin to ultimate, because we get flat twice as much defense from this, even though it's a rare. Yeah, this is just outclassed at this point. Now, you could say, oh, the module drop rate. Yeah, but the defense, though. The defense. The survivability is no doubt what we need to focus on. Because, depending on how you look at it, survivability translates directly into damage, right? Because if you're not worrying about rolling around, trying to dodge attacks, taking damage, looking for health drops, you can kind of just tank an extra hit or two while you're getting more damage off. Yeah, this is the true grind right here. If we really want to crank Valby all the way, we're going to need to max out supply moisture. And that's going to cost a lot. Bubble Bullet is becoming my favorite ability for Valby, because it just does such a huge amount of burst damage. And then it also does the small puddle continuous damage. And when you fire it, it typically leaves a puddle right near your feet, which then it gives you Valby's passive, right? Valby's passive, which is when using skills while standing on water. So we need to remind ourselves constantly that we're only actually getting this buff if we're standing on water. Meaning we're standing on small puddle, big puddle, waterway, those are the three things. They also need to fix the misspelling in big puddle. It says bug puddle. Do these, wait, hold on. Did this cost high precision multi-composite? Interesting. Why does it feel like we're getting more high precision than multi-composite? We did get a whole bunch of interesting drops from that. I'm really not interested in launchers. Until we get Ultimate Gley, I'm probably not going to mess with launchers too much, in all honesty. And the Hero's Scar is like the Silly Weeper, except it just uses more ammo. That's like pretty much how I view it. As far as I can tell, the Silly Weeper we currently have is prime for... It's perfect for hard executioner. Because it does toxic attack. It's got the crit rate, bonus firearm attack to Colossus, and the base firearm attack roll. So this Silly Weeper is... The only way to get it better would be to have all ultimate rolls. But we already went over that. Like, the difference between a blue roll and an ultimate roll, like if the firearm attack on this was a ultimate, it would be about 2%. Right? So we'll take the 10.6%. That's fine. As far as those go, we're good on the... So the way I do it now is I sort by DPS. I find the highest DPS iteration of this specific type. Like all of these Death Roars here, this is the highest DPS at 108. These are all lower. So I look at this one, and if this one doesn't look really good, then I move to the next weapon. Right? And yeah, none of those look good. What about this one? Not bad. The electric, I might compare that to the other one we have. See, but that's what I'm saying. Like, we're looking at this burning 44. And I peek and I look to see these two here, or these three here. These don't have as high DPS. I compare the weapon to the other weapons by DPS. And I think if I sort by type, it doesn't actually sort by DPS. See, this one is lower than this one. So I would still need to look to see. It's better, I just sort by DPS. I sort by DPS, I look for the highest DPS of that specific type, and then I peek that one. It's the fastest way that I've found to, like, filter out the best. I'll hold on. I'll check this one to see if we have another one. I don't know if we have another one. But when it comes to sorting through gear, like looking through an entire list of like 50 weapons over and over again, I'm finding a more efficient strategy now, which is the one I just described. I don't think we have another Hero's Scar. This one's 890, 89. How is that 1877? Oh, the 1925. 11. So it's the raw electric attack roll. Yeah, but this has bonus to Colossus and Legion of Immortality, though. I don't know if I really trust that. The rounds per mag, sure. Hipfire accuracy on a beam weapon is actually not too bad. Because when you're firing a beam weapon, you don't really zoom in. Yeah, and we're not going to use a beam weapon on a Colossus either. This is still not good enough. Like, we don't have one of these, but these rolls are still not good enough. And I'm really like trying to keep this as low as possible. My bag size, I'm trying to keep as low as possible. Yeah, we just scrapped all our modules. Valby is maxed out as of right now. We are maxed out. And as for the rest, I need to really... So I don't want to... Well, here's the thing. Now that Sterile Land is dropping those modules that we can actually think about using, it may actually be worth grinding that even more. The other mission that we can do that's actually not bad is the Fortress Outskirts. But this doesn't drop anything I'm necessarily looking for. What I need is overwhelming HP. I think maybe we'll do this a little bit, a couple times. Let me go and get that. I can also jump back over to Sharon. We can do some outposts. Like, there are many things I can do, for sure. As for endgame grind, we're in it. So, at this point, I'm thinking about... Oh, I should have picked up the sniper. Let me get this fast travel point, and then I'll deal with it. My main focus is going to be Ultimate Gley. And getting our Valby build cranked. Which we're very much in the process of doing. We have another energy activator, which we have yet to use. As far as using our energy activators, I am going to maintain my strategy of keeping one in buffer. So before I use it on the Eternal Willpower, which I firmly believe is a good choice, I am going to attempt the Hard Executioner. But I'm only going to attempt the Hard Executioner after I get Valby back up to level 40. In the meantime, while we're leveling Valby, I'm going to try and roll on overwhelming HP. Because it's the best. It's one of the best mods. Now, we either need special rounds or high power rounds. Because we're using a hand cannon and the Silly Weeper. I'll probably use the Forest Gaze, and we got DC'd. I think we'll equip the Forest Gaze. That way, especially against Colossus, especially against the Executioner, when they have their invulnerability phase where you have to hit them on the back, having a pinpoint damage, high accuracy, precision, extremely high damage sniper rifle, that's going to be what we want. Functionally, that's what we're going to want. If this had a toxic roll, it would be perfect. But I think as far as the rolls on this go, like they are very, very good already. It's just I don't want to use two things that use impact rounds. And this immediate execution is also it's okay. The thing is, I don't see myself using this that much. I'm mostly using it for the optimization condition. I can use it. I definitely can, but it's, again, also the mods on this thing are not what we want. At all. What about on the Forest Gaze? Yeah, we're good. We're good on this. The Forest Gaze has about... Forest Gaze actually has more DPS than the Eternal Willpower. But that's because this only probably is going to have a maximum of 10 rounds. Knowing how the high-powered rounds work. Might be better to have the chill damage on it. That'll also buff the chill attack on it. Alright, let's go do this. I'll run this a couple times. I should save this preset so I don't have to keep modifying it. We're pretty much refining this Valby crit build to be something that can take down the hard executioner solo. As far as overwhelming HP goes, it's going to be one of the best survivability mods in the game. There you go. Have a nice crit headshot. Straight to the dome. Did we just max out the battle pass? Wait, hold on. Almost. We got all of our caliber, and now we just have one more season level. Damn, that hurts a lot. Yeah, I tried to use my ability and it didn't. It just didn't. Give me the health drops. So this is how you roll for overwhelming HP. And you can get advanced neural circuits from this. Honestly, the funny thing is we have Greg's Reverse Fate, but Greg's Reverse Fate is not something I'm going to use. If this was like... Yeah, I don't know. Even the Thunder Cage in a Colossus battle doesn't feel like what you want to use. That's why I've held off on using the Thunder Cage, using the energy activator on the Thunder Cage, because I'm like, outside of my farm, like, am I going to be using the Thunder Cage on Sharon when I'm doing outposts? Maybe. Maybe. Health drops? Oh, I canceled my reload. That felt bad. Health drops? They just decided to instantaneously jump back up the, that jump animation is pretty hilarious. And kind of frustrating. I will say, like, most of the time I've played this game, it's been solo. And there's something about solo farming that... Oh, wow. They just flat out interrupted me. Solo farm is actually not so bad. There we go. Even though, like, you know, it's a constant reminder that it takes longer. This game being PvE, I kind of accept it. Like, I just accept it. One of these could actually be good, unless the game is gonna... just give me Greg's Reverse Fate Mountain. Wait, why is this so much worse? Oh, it's because of the non-attribute. See, this is showing just how powerful that fusion skill power boost is. Interesting. Beam rifle. Yeah, I don't care about beam rifle either. I think hand cannon is probably the best. Hand cannon is probably the best right next to... Oh, that's a gold toxin resistance. I'll hold on to that. Hand cannon and scout rifle are probably the two best that we could find. Ooh. Assassin's Edge. Close. I wonder, the damage fall off 25. They're the same, pretty much. Slightly longer on the Assassin's Edge. Yeah, the Colossus bonus damage you just can't beat, because if we're gonna use this build against the hard executioner, and then the rounds per mag roll is deceiving. It's like, it's useless. It's a useless ultimate roll. And we have now officially completed the battle pass. We have officially unlocked the complete verification. Aha! And now we can get this stuff on the supply shop as well. If we go to Sigvor's proof, and we apply this, nice. That makes it look very different. It's like similar but different, like the handle and all that. Oh, I love how it says step here. Interesting. You can't paint this part of it. Nice. We did it. We did it in less than half of the season time. So we still have 36 days remaining. And as far as the weeklies go, yeah, I don't really care to get this done. As far as I can tell, beyond finishing the battle pass, level up your season level and earn ultimate weapons item. So I think we get bonus coins every time we, yes, at the next level, we will get 30 bonus coins. Bonus coins, which you then can turn into control axes. Or fine adjustment control axis. Any of these things here. The only thing that actually seems worth my time is probably the control axis. But now I can start unlocking these. So we should have enough for 4 of these at this point. So the White Devil, the Magister Researcher, the Reverse Engineered, the Crow for Viessa, and now we just need to grind the 60 supply coins for the Vanguard Unit Badge, and then the Layered Cut. And then we should have this whole part done. And then after we get these 2, then we'll use whatever supply coins we can grind out to get all of these. Which we have 36 days, roughly 5 weeks. And given the nature of the weeklies, they have been adding more and more. They have been adding more and more supply coins to each week. So 5, 10, 15. If they add 20 to the next week, then yes, we will be able to get everything on the... We most likely will be able to get everything on the battle supply shop if we keep doing all the weeklies. Nice. Achievement unlocked. Yeah, sadly, no other back attachment. This X-ray backpack. This X-ray backpack is still the coolest backpack. As far as my opinion goes, like, this is the most creative backpack. Like, yeah, you have the bear cub, you have the baby panda, the white rabbit doll. This one animates, which is very cool as well. This one actually animates. The ammo supply box seems pretty static. Yeah, as far as a lot of these go, I do like the planetary projector. It kind of has that same effect as the X-ray. But as far as I can tell, this is my favorite backpack in the game. Did we get another paint or what? Why am I still getting a weapon skin? Oh, because we got the two other skins, right? Devil's Call, the White Devil. That's a cool change up. It makes it look modern instead of like medieval. I'm not super into the weapon skins, but clearly they put some good effort into them. Yeah, this makes it look like really... This just looks like an upgrade almost. It doesn't even really look like a weapon skin as much as like a variation. It's got the same vibe, like the metallic... The heat pipes, you know? Like, if you didn't know which one was the skin and which one was the base cosmetic, it would be hard to tell. Like, it would be a gamble, kind of. Yeah. So this one is a little bit mediocre, but it's fine. Back to actually playing the game rather than just looking at cosmetics. So in this mission, I'm doing a combination of... This thing just lands. Like, we want something to be deleted. Oh my, did you see their movement? They moved left, right, and then stopped. And I anticipated them moving left again. The recoil on this thing is crazy. It's manageable if you get used to it. If we really want to crank out extra damage, then we're gonna need to put the energy activator on the Eternal Willpower. It's just the best balance of damage and maneuverability. Dude, I'm taking so many hits, and I do not care. We're gonna get over... Once we have Valby max out, we're gonna have over 10,000 HP. The 50% damage reduction in that mode, that's crazy that they can interrupt it though. If you get knocked while you're doing it, I want to see if we can... That does chunk, but it doesn't... Oh, that was a crit there. That was a crit. Yeah, the Forest Gaze, I can totally see how that would be insanely good on Sharon. Coming out of active camo with just a massive shot. Oh, the skill critical hit rate, if that was a fusion skill roll instead of a singular skill, this would be very interesting. But again, like Greg's Reversed Fate, I'm not... It's okay. Like, Greg's Reversed Fate is okay. But again, at the end of the day, it's a tactical rifle. Burst fire rifle. What am I still needing to click here? Was it the name card? No. It gives me the red dot here, but then it doesn't tell me what it is here. Do we get an emote? Another weapon skin? I don't think so. What did we get? What did we get on the battle pass? Oh, the Viesa cosmetic. I think that's what it's saying, right? Do I have a preset for Viesa? No, I don't. As far as Viesa goes, Viesa was our starter Descendant. And I definitely like Viesa's playstyle. I love the idea of freezing enemies. But if we're headed deep into the end game, we need to get max DPS. And max DPS is going to come in the form of max crits. No doubt. So I think this, yes. See, it was giving me the dot there, but it wasn't giving me the dot in the actual UI. Because I didn't have Viesa equipped, which is kind of janky. I do not like that. I don't like having to figure out what I need to click in order to... But yeah, so you can... Now that I have this cosmetic for Viesa, we can just do this. Which is pretty hilarious. And so as far as I understand the way the paints work... As far as I understand this, if you use one paint, it becomes bound to, like, if I use this Violet Twitch to paint this part, right? It would be bound to this cosmetic for Viesa. I wouldn't be able to use it on anything else. That's why it says 1x. And then what I could do is I could apply it to all of the parts. So now that this is bound, you can apply it and then remove it freely, but you wouldn't be able to use it on anything else. Regardless, this cosmetic for Viesa is a reskin of her base skin. And although it's cool and we can paint it and we got it as an extension of the free, you can get this for free. If you play the game enough, you don't need to buy the battle pass to get the skin. And all of these paints that I have here, I did not buy. This one was from a Twitch drop. These were from playing the game, from Colossus battles and whatnot. But yes, that is the fundamental of the paint system in the game. I'm gonna wait until next season to consider using any of my paints. As far as this cosmetic goes, you can clearly tell, like, this is just, it's a reskin, right? The model is exactly the same. Exactly the same. So as far as skins like this go, in my opinion, they're low effort, right? Like, there's no there's no new model, there's no new, it's just low effort. This one looks cool. I like the patchwork of the leggings, the different textures. But yeah, I personally don't care. I've said it previously. I don't care to get into the cosmetics in this game until we see what happens in 36 days. And I said the same exact thing like a week ago, 40, 45, 10 days ago, 46 days ago, 36 days ago, 26 days. We'll get closer and closer, and then we'll eventually find out when this says season 1 instead of preseason. We'll see what's here. We'll see. But if it's not good enough, it's not good enough. So we'll see. And that's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. Like, yes, this cosmetic is okay for like a free cosmetic on the battle pass as a reskin, but it's not, it's low effort, you know? It's just low effort. Like that's all I'm gonna say. Nobody's gonna go out of their way to spend a lot of money on a reskin. Now, if people do, that's fine. If you really, really like a reskin and you put money into it, I'm not going to judge you. But that's my personal take on that. All right, I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, as far as I can tell, for whatever reason, I mean, I do have the Kuiper shard gain plus 30%. That's probably why. Um, but we're like gold starved all the time because we're upgrading our mods and researching stuff. What I need to stop doing, we got the friend suffix title. I need to stop researching control axis over and over again. As far as Rockfall goes with Sterile Land, this is still going to be the best gold farm. I'll run this a couple more times, but as far as like entertaining gameplay goes, we're starting to hit that gold farm grind. I don't know what else to say. Like, there's a reason why you come to Rockfall and there's always someone here. Yes, I do know of the grind point. I do know of the farm location in Fortress. We are getting the materialized phase reactors, though. Like, this is a part of, perfecting our Valby crit build. Like, we're actually getting something we need from this thing. Alright, if they're gonna go get it, that's fine. Their skill range is absurd. I've never seen a bunny lightning emission with such a huge range. They just maximize their range. That is absurd. I've never seen a lightning emission with such a high range before. This humble gold farmer has their strategy maximized. Like, they just went straight for the ultimate bunny maximum skill range. That's amazing. I'm back, but lurking because my phone is still charging and I'm working. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for being here, Nudwiser. I appreciate it. We're adapting to the humble gold farm lifestyle. Alongside this bunny that has their lightning emission cranked to the maximum. They are simply a humble gold farmer who is maximizing their gold farm. And we respect that. We respect the gold farm in this game. All we want is to max out our supply moisture, but it's gonna cost 4 million gold. We can slam this boss like almost immediately. I mean, me and this bunny, Hoda. Again, their lightning emission ability is absurd. They are missing some of the enemies though. Like their lightning emission is still not strong enough to instantly zap the enemies as they spawn. It could also just be server side stuff. I think it's the modifiers, like the enemy mutations. I think because of the enemy's mutations, they sometimes don't get hit. But the reason why I decided, the main reason I decided Eternal Willpower, after I fill my inventory from this mission, I will cycle through the gear. We'll try and find a better reactor. We're leveling Valby. I mean, we're only level 29 Valby right now. So, I'm not gonna try a hard executioner again unless we have a max level Valby. Like, it's a waste of my time. Yeah, I'm filling up on inventory space. I need to take the time to do that around the next cycle. I want to delete all of the reactors that are not non-attribute. Like, if it's non-attribute, I'm just gonna delete it. And then as far as the weapons go, we're good. Huh. There we go. This may very well be some of the highest gold gain in the game. Like, I don't know, like, you'll get gold from doing other things too, for sure. But it's not just about the gold gain. We're leveling Valby, we're getting weapon drops, we're getting module drops, we're getting a chance at code breakers. It's all there. Like, it's not just about gold. Gold is just a part of this mission. And as far as I can tell, the amount of gold you get from this mission is some of the highest gold gain you can get in the game. Pretty much throughout this mission, you're getting drops. That chill attack. Again, chill attack is by far the best. What's our gold right now? 1 mil? Never enough. Never enough. Maybe we'll try the fortress again. Honestly, I feel like I could maybe solo it. If there's anyone who wants to do the fortress intentional fail grind, I would be down to party up and do that, for sure. I haven't really been, like, even trying to calculate gold rate drops. I just know that this is some of the highest I've found. And the rate I get code breakers from this is insane. Yeah, I'm just gonna scrap all the weapons. Like, all the weapons that drop here at this point are, like, we already have really, really good rolls on those. We filtered through, many drops of those particular weapons at this point. The fact that I'm getting the materialized mixture reactor is fantastic. That's honestly what's making it even more worthwhile. Because I'm looking for a really, really good reactor on Valby that requires scout rifle, so we can use the silly weeper, which is like built for a hard executioner. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Dismantle junk. It doesn't want me to do it. I have, like, I need to get rid of these that are not. All right. I think like one more cycle. Yeah, they just die to the damage over time. All right, I'm getting all these, and we're headed out. Yeah, we're full. We're good. We're good. That's enough. We're out. Peace. That mission is like the length of time it takes to do a full cycle is the definition of just one more. Just one more. Just one more, I promise. Just one more. But yeah, I filtered out all of the or a lot of the it's like, it's almost like going fishing. It's like going fishing with a net or something. You go into that, you do the cycle over and over again. You like filter out all the stuff that you don't want, and then you hope for the drop that you're looking for. I don't condone in real life. I don't condone fishing with a net, though. I do endorse fishing with a pole and line. Because fishing with a net creates bycatch, which is not good for sea life. Interesting. Things like gold, if you're going for electric resistance, that's going to be for we need an electric resist. I'm not looking at that gold rate, but the thing is, if you're doing Colossus, who cares, right? Who cares about gold drop rate increase? And we already have a really high roll on our current one. But ours is giving us a massive defense roll, which is why this one is going to be very, very difficult to beat. But this one gives us defense and electric resistance, which is going to make us even more resistant specifically to the hard executioner. Just like this one will make us more resistant to the Swamp Walker. As far as the other roll goes on these, I don't care. Like, gold drop rate, item acquisition, it doesn't matter in a Colossus battle. It just doesn't matter. And as far as I can tell, maybe it's possible to get electric resistance and a defense roll. I haven't seen it personally. Every time I've seen a toxin resistance or an electric resistance roll, it's always been with something that's kind of like mediocre. All right, we need to look through these. So when it comes to these reactors, I'm just going to look at the optimization condition. And if it's not, so supposedly I want to look up the perforator, because the perforator is supposedly interesting. On hitting a weak point, inflicts damage to the enemy's shield in proportion to their max shield at a set chance. Okay, that doesn't sound great. The higher the firearm level, the closer this damage reaches the max limit. When damage dealt to the enemy completely depletes the target's shield, inflicts stun. It does not sound good at all, because Colossus can't be stunned, mini bosses can't be stunned. That does not sound good. I did want to know what the perforator did, but yeah, that is not. I'm looking for Python. No, I'm really not. Well, so when it comes to Ultimate Gley is non-attribute dimension singular. Right? And the Python is supposedly really good on Gley. So we're looking for Python and Thunder Cage. We do have some Blue Beetle parts. I want to look up, now that I'm seeing so many that have the Blue Beetle, I want to look up Blue Beetle. I think Blue Beetle is a assault rifle, right? No. It is a scout rifle with arcane wave. They're gonna nerf the Luna farm, so do it while you can. Where is that? What is that? As far as I heard, like, the devs made a statement that they're not going to be nerfing like any farm. And honestly, that's awesome, because they were pretty conservative with how much you get. Even with, if we really think about it, even with the anticipated ambush point farm, that farm is not like insane, right? It's not like you're just making an absurd amount of like 100 million gold in like an hour. Yeah. When using a fusion skill, grants self the unique ability Arcane Energy with a set chance. When using a singular skill, see, I need to be able to see this. How do I look at the... I hate this. Why can't I look at the actual... Like... They need to really get someone who knows what they're doing with UIs and take this screen and combine it with this screen, because this weaponless screen should contain everything that this screen contains. I shouldn't have to go here to see this screen. I should be able to get to this screen from over here, but I can't. Look, I can't. How do I get to this? How do I get there? Just frustrating, man. Like, some of the UI in this game, it's like someone who didn't know what they were doing designed it. All right, here we are. The farming that you've been doing, they said it was a translation error, and they're gonna nerf it. A translation error. Oh, are you talking about anticipated ambush point? The farming that you've been doing, I've been doing anticipated ambush point, which is insane gold farm, but it's not like, it's not broken. At first I was like, this is broken. And at this point I'm like, no, the amount of gold I'm getting is, yeah, it's not that good. It's not that good. It's not good enough for me to say it's broken. It's good, but it's not that good. All right, so what does this actually do? Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Purification. So, grants self debuff removal. Purification removes debuff at a 50% chance when you use a singular skill. If you use a fusion skill, you get Arcane Energy, which increases your skill critical hit rate. Now, fusion skill Valby has a fusion skill, Bubble Bullet. So the Blue Beetle on Valby with Bubble Bullet could actually be decent. It feeds into the supply moisture, right? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't want to just scrap these things over and over again. Because this arcane energy is actually interesting, right? But Valby would only be able to use arcane energy. Wouldn't be able... Purification seems meh. Like, remove debuff, sure, okay. But, so is Gley Fusion singular? No, dimension singular. So it's either... Yeah, okay. The Blue Beetle seems okay. I might consider actually taking a look at these. Like, that might be decent. We could grind for the Blue Beetle, but I still don't think it's like... It's a scout rifle. Right? What were the other attributes? I really need to know more about it to see whether it's actually worth it. 62,199. Let me just look at that. 62,199, 16. If I then look at the they need to redesign this UI. Seriously? Like, why can I... They need to redesign. I need to be able to see the Silly Weeper and the Blue Beetle information in the same place. Yeah, I don't understand that. The firearm attack on the Blue Beetle is absolute trash. I don't know why I said Luna, I meant Valby. Okay. Maybe it's the other farm that people have been doing. Okay, so if they nerf the one where you can intentionally fail it in order to get maximum farm, that would make some sense. If that's what you're saying. I might check that out later. The minus fire rate on the Silly Reaper, I don't mind because it already has such a low fire rate. And it lets you line up your next shot for more precision. Sure, we'll just go crit on that. Yeah, so as far as the Blue Beetle goes, I just figured out, like, I don't think it's worth it. Like, we just looked at the Silly Weeper. This firearm attack is like... What? Oh, because this is base 1, level 1. There's no way to compare it. There is no way to compare it. I hate that. I hate that. There's no way for me to see what this would be at level 100. I would have to get the Blue Beetle, phase exchange it to 100, and then compare it. Whatever. I'm done. I'm done. We're not going there. We're done. Junk. All of this is junk. Junk. If it's not for the Thunder Cage, then I'm junking it. The ultimate reactors really are like, they're barely usable. It's like you barely can even use them. All right, now I'm just looking at attribute rolls at this point. Oh, skill critical hit damage. Okay. Yeah, but No, we know what we're looking for. Skill cooldown is pretty good, but sub attack power is useless. The non-attribute skill power is the best roll you can get in this situation. Oh. Oh, that hurts to look at. The singular skill, if that was non-attribute skill, it would just be like, okay, this is it. There you go. Tristero, welcome. It's pretty much we're looking for like a combo of 3. And you can see the one I have equipped. It's like, how good luck topping that, really. That's kind of where we're at now. Are we looking at memory processor? Compare these. Oh, we're holding on to that for shield build potentially. I don't know if we care about shield build so much. I don't know. $37.66 max HP. 37.60. 37.96, 37.66, defense versus max HP. It really depends. Nah, we hold on to that one. This one's junked. The slightly higher toxin resistance, whatever. I think with Valby, we already have, we are approaching 10,000 HP. Like 10,000 HP is a good amount of HP. Now between these, here's the tough part. That max HP roll on this, yes, it's got a blue electric resist, but that max HP roll is pretty massive. And this is probably what we're going to use when we fight the hard executioner. So although that gives us 1,000 more electric resist, I think the max HP is going to make the biggest difference. It depends. And the MP recovery modifier. Yeah, no, the gold drop rate increase doesn't matter in a Colossus battle. It just doesn't. So that's decided. And now we got to go through these. Wait, what? Oh, I was looking at the wrong screen. Yeah, we're good. I'm glad to see this number is still below 50 in our storage. That's a very relieving sign. And the reason why this is still below 50 is because we've been very, very careful. I've also gotten into the habit of not leaving anything hearted in our storage, because there is a limit to how many things you can heart. The only things I heart are the things that I have like equipped. So if I'm like testing stuff out, I don't accidentally unequip them. This is staying hearted. This is never getting unhearted. Because we put a crystallization catalyst in that thing. All right, I think we're good. We can break down our mods. I should be able to get another upgrade, another point in supply moisture. At this point with Valby, we're at the point where we are trying to max out supply moisture to get like another couple mod slots. And I'm probably gonna, I might actually attempt hard executioner again. I think we're getting to that point. So I want to attempt hard executioner again, solo. Without putting a energy activator into the eternal willpower. If we need to put one into this, then I will. But if I can solo the hard executioner in a reasonable amount of time, then I won't. Yeah, this is it right here. This is, as far as this goes, this is it. Where does all of our gold go? Maxing out supply moisture. Because you can't go wrong with it. You just can't. As far as investing gold and Kuiper shards goes into modules, you can't go wrong with the thing that lowers its capacity every time you upgrade it, when you have other things that you want to increase the capacity of, right? Right. All right, let's get more research going, and then I'm gonna fight the hard executioner. The reason why I'm like, you rarely see me do Colossus battles. You don't get anything from Colossus battles. Nothing. No gold. Nothing. Let's make sure to overwrite our preset. There we go. That's fire attack rather than toxic. Chill attack will be fine. Oh, and we need to make sure we equip. This is why we held on to this thing. We need to make sure to equip this thing, which not only is going to give us electric resistance, it will give us more HP. Now we lose that defense roll and trade it for electric resistance, but we also get more HP. Let me just triple check that. Hold on. We're at what? 94. I still don't have Valby maxed out. I need to get Valby maxed out before I do that. If I'm gonna level Valby, it's gonna be here. They're nerfing the outpost farm. Also, Ultimate Valby is coming. Yeah, I don't really care about Ultimate Valby, if I'm being brutally honest. As far as the Ultimate Descendants go, the only ones I care about are Ultimate Lepic, Ultimate Ajax, Ultimate Gley. The only reason I would care about an Ultimate Descendant is because I don't already have the base Descendant, and if I'm going to grind for one of them, I'm going to grind for the Ultimate version. Because if you're going to farm for one, you may as well farm for the hard one, right? So because I already have Valby cranked, I'm not even going to bother with Ultimate Valby. All right, what was I? So Fortress defensive line, right? This is the one you're talking about. They're going to nerf this. Now, I guarantee you we're going to find that this is on cooldown, and there's going to be someone here keeping it on cooldown. I guarantee you. Maybe. If people, this is my whole take on this. If people want to do this outpost and they want to kill the boss, let them do it. I don't care. But I'm not going to kill the boss. I'm not going to kill the boss personally. Was there, what is that rock there? Was that rock there before? Interesting. This mission is the one that you're talking about that they're gonna nerf, right? Damn, we slam. When we get crits with this thing, we just slam. But here's the thing that I'm gonna just reiterate. Like, if someone wants to kill the boss, I'm not gonna get... Like, that's the whole point, right? That's the whole point. The fact that there's an exploit, and I do consider it an exploit. If there's an exploit and they patch it, then that's completely fine. Now, I don't understand. If I destroy the orbs, does it restart the boss? I don't know. Do they want me to fail it? Did they intentionally fail it? Is that what they're doing? Because they just left, right? Because now it's reset. And now I can go back in and farm the enemies again. This is what people are doing. Now, it doesn't feel like I'm getting more farm than anticipated ambush, if I'm being completely honest. Like, the amount of drops I'm getting doesn't feel like more. And I can say that with confidence because I've done anticipated ambush like a million times at this point. And again, I reiterate my point. If someone intentionally... if someone intentionally kills the boss, right? Destroys the orbs, kills the boss, I'm not gonna fault them for it. Like, I'm not, that's the whole point. I personally would do it with Sharon. I would stealth this outpost with Sharon. This one seems particularly difficult. Stealthing this one with Sharon seems like it would be a hard time. But this is what people are talking about. You just go around with Valby with cleanup, and the enemies like instantly respawn. It doesn't seem like better farm, though. If I'm being completely honest, like, this doesn't seem like better farm. I'm getting about the same amount from each gold drop. The bogus strategic outpost? Yeah. We just farm enemies until the timer goes down. We fail it, and then the timer resets. So in the meantime, we're just killing enemies over and over again. I could solo farm this. Like, you don't need anyone else to do this. If you have Valby, like, you can solo farm this over and over again. Definitely easier if you have more people, but... yeah, and then it immediately restarts. Oh, I just dropped stream. I think my connection dropped briefly. Let me check. Hold on. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Like, soloing this is not difficult. I destroyed all the points. Why is the boss not spawning? It says A is right here. What? Oh, it's bugging. It bugged out. I was bugging. If you fail it, it restarts immediately. But that one was bugging. You have a minute to destroy the points, and then the boss spawns, and then you get 3 minutes. Yeah. Oh, damn, that sucks. I think getting the boss to the second stage makes the enemies spawn faster. I'm not too sure. Yeah, this farm, I've experienced it long enough to know that this farm is not better. It's just not. Anticipated ambush point is better. Like, maybe you can get something to drop from these guys that you can't get at anticipated ambush point. I don't know. But if you're just looking at, like, gold and XP, this is not as good. I think if it's an exploit where you can fail the mission, that's what they want to avoid, because I was going to touch upon it earlier, and like I don't really want to go deep into it, but if you have a mission where you're like right now, if this ultimate bunny killed the boss, like it would end the farm, and then the whole thing would go on 5-minute cooldown. And I could see some players getting salty about that, right? It could be perceived as someone like, oh, don't mess up my farm, you know? And it's like, yeah, but that's the point of this mission, is I should be shooting at those orbs right now, right? Quote unquote should. Again, I still don't think this is as good farm as anticipated ambush. I'm just thinking about the farm rate right now, and it's just not as good. Oh, I got frozen while I was trying to get them up, rip. Yeah, this farm rate is not as good. Yeah, we're at. It was fun to give a really legit try. So if they patch that, I would understand it, because what that can do is like bring about like toxic mentality in the game, where you're like, oh, these people are trying to mess up my farm by actually killing the boss. It's like, yeah, you don't want that mentality at all. You don't. And unfortunately, yes, like that kind of exploit workaround can breed that kind of mentality. Like, if you go to that point and there's someone who kills the boss, they are just playing the game. Just like putting that out there. Yeah, we need gold drop rate. Yeah, that max HP roll is better, but that defense roll is double. That's why we're not going to be able to get rid of that, the Tomb Vanguard. As far as I can tell, this is one of the best things I've gotten to drop on the hard Slumber Valley. And if you get these Tomb Vanguard external component set from that hard infiltration mission, I probably should be focusing on doing that. Because that set effect and that increased double defense is going to definitely make something like the hard Colossus battles easier to do, for sure. But yeah, that farm was, as far as gold goes, was way worse. Way worse. Yeah, it's because of the toxic attack roll on this one. The Phantom Pain is not as interesting as the Eternal Willpower. Like, you could just look right here. The Phantom Pain does like less than half as much damage per shot. Yeah, we're not holding on to that. The Kuiper Shard drop rate is interesting, but we're bottlenecked by gold, and we get more defense from the other thing. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Let me check on the hold on. Discord. Let me see if I can check the if they posted about it, it should be in the Discord. If they posted it on Twitter. Okay, so yes, I see the post. Maybe I can get it on. Hold on, let me see if I can do this without. Yeah, this should be fine. So they said, we apologize for the confusion caused by the misinterpretation during the translation process of the original Korean text. There have been no reversals of decisions, and our initial statement remains that we do not intend to restrict the Valby run playstyle. However, as we mentioned, we aim to adjust the rewards efficiency at the Fortress outpost to balance it with other regions. See, this is the thing, though, like, the Fortress Outpost, I just played it. It doesn't even feel as good as the anticipated ambush point. Yeah, it's interesting to me that they're focusing on that rather than the anticipated ambush point, personally. They're talking about this mission here. Yeah. But again, like, if I want gold and I want drops, like, no doubt, this is the spot. We tried it. And it seemed like the other players who were there, like, knew that they shouldn't kill the boss. Just didn't feel as good as... It didn't feel like we were getting nearly as much gold as we would get from anticipated ambush plan. It didn't feel like it. Like, I go into this mission and I'm just like immediately picking up like Kuiper shards, gold, and everything. And each time you cycle through it, you get another 12,000 gold on top of all the gold you get. I think the reason they're focusing on that is because they're realizing people are intentionally failing it, which is like not what was intended. That's my whole take. Because as far as like drop rate goes, this is the mission. Like, no doubt. Like, once this mission gets rolling, you're just constantly... You're constantly getting dropped. Like, all you need is, like, a Bunny and Valby who know what they're doing, and this mission is, like, you're just rolling. They're just standing there. That's I will never do that. I don't know why people, it only shaves off maybe like 3 seconds. That's it. People who stand by the mission start and then just immediately start it. Like, yeah, it saves us having to go down there, but at the same time, all they're doing is standing there, hitting the button. That's it. Like, would I consider that AFK farming if they're hitting the button every time? Kind of. Because we're the ones who are playing the game. They're just standing there hitting the button, right? I'd say that's like pseudo AFK farming, like kind of AFK farming. Look at the amount of Plop Plop is definitely the largest AoE for Valby. Those shield enemies and those enemies that provide, look at the AI shooting into the wall. You can totally like game the AI a little bit by like timing whether you peek a corner. So like if you time, especially the shotgun mini bosses, if you hide behind a corner right before they're about to fire, they'll just fire into the corner. Yeah, we've got like 400,000 gold at this point. Yeah, that fortress mission is not as good. Just confirmed. It's interesting. I stand pretty firm that the reason they're focusing on it is because you have to fail the mission. And a game dynamic where it's like, hey, we're gonna fail this mission over and over again in order to maximize drops. Like, that doesn't really look good from a game mechanic standpoint. You know what I mean? All right, I'm GG'd on that. That's enough of that. I can only take so much anticipated ambush point. We can do hard slumber valley again. That hard infiltration is pretty good. But yeah, that's my take on that. Is they're mentioning that mission, that outpost, because people are intentionally failing it. That's the primary reason. I think these are mostly going to be Blue Beetle. Yeah, the Perforator, Nizastra, just like none of them are real. If these were for the Thunder Cage, it would be a different story. Because the Thunder Cage makes farming much more efficient. Oh, this is no, it's not. Again, the non-attribute and fusion combo. I don't think we're going to be able to beat this. The only thing I want is a scout rifle rather than a hand cannon, and getting those rolls again is going to be extremely unlikely. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, wow, those two rolls on our current reactor are actually very good. These are like the worst. Well, except for the equipment drop rate, but yeah. That's the thing. Ultimates drop very rarely, and because of that, there's less chance to find a good roll. So it always sucks to find a ultimate external component drop that has like just janky attributes. Going to be very, very difficult to beat what we have. Oh, it doesn't. Why doesn't it want us to junk these? Yeah, rare tier and lower. Hold on. If I... No, why is it not designating all as junk? Oh, because I still have it. There we go. Yeah, but then why is it designating this one as junk? Oh, because I forgot to put this back down to rare tier and lower. There we go. That's what I actually want. I can manually junk the ultimates. I just don't want to accidentally junk a good ultimate. Because when it comes to the external components, the ultimates are just good. Like, they're just better. As you can see with these two, the max HP on the rare is 161. The max HP on the ultimate is 484. And that's just a base HP support memory. Right? That's not even the attribute roll. So if we find an ultimate that has ultimate attribute rolls, it's very, very, very good. Like probably some of the best in the game. These auxiliary, the Tomb Guard, I'm almost certain we got this from the Hard Slumber Valley. I think we need to spend more time in Hard Slumber Valley between leveling Valby, getting the Tomb Guard external components, and getting the ultimate Gley code. This is the best combination. Now, we don't get much gold. Like, you really... I mean, you get some from the enemy drops. As for the extra options to get the double drop, you need a party to do these. Like, you need at least 2 people, as far as I can tell. The way it scales, there is scaling, but having 2 people makes it significantly easier, even with the scaling. And you can't do these with public. Like if I selected all of these, it doesn't let me do public. So I am interested. Like I'm getting my Valby cranked right now. If anyone's interested in running like actually hard infiltration missions, who knows what they're doing, like I'm down. I'm a part of it. And as far as I understand it, a lot of Valby's abilities actually stack. So if you have two Valbys, you're good, you know. As for this mission, we need to move as a team. You can't just speedrun ahead as Bunny. And yes, unfortunately, we learned that the hard way. I would join you, but the whole work thing messed that up. Yeah, no worries, Nudwiser. If you're, if I'm ever streaming and you're chilling, like, we'll definitely play together. It's all good. I hope work is going well for you. I'm getting my Valby absolutely cranked. That is the decision I arrived at. The thing that makes the most sense by far is to get our Valby cranked. Yeah, shooting the bombers first is by far the priority. Valby's survivability doesn't just come from raw damage reduction you get while using cleanup. It's also the mobility. Like, if you're dodging enemies' attacks... Again, I think Valby's gonna be one of the best Descendants to, beat Hard Colossus on solo. There's snipers that spawn up here, and they're always annoying. And it seems like I'm the only one that shoots them. We've got to wait for everyone, otherwise we have a chance to fail it. If one person falls behind, then we all fail the whole mission. Where are you from? I'm in Chicago. See, they just ran into it, and now the timer's going down. Okay. Alright, we're fine. Like, ideally, we would just enter this all at the same exact time. That would be ideal. But this right here, this mission is, exactly an example of something that the devs need to think about, because you're already how many minutes into this mission? Like 5+ minutes into this mission. And you have this mission where if one person steps out of the zone, it begins failing the mission for everyone. That right there is why chill attack is the best elemental roll on a weapon. You just froze that enemy. In the air. That Vulgus Warslave we froze in the air. But yes, technically one teammate could leave the area and fail the mission for everyone. Now, don't get me wrong, like, yeah, at any point, a teammate could just start dying over and over again intentionally, sure. Like, why would someone do that? That's kind of the thing. So it's not that big of an issue, but I did fail this mission one time because I ran ahead as Bunny thinking I was speedrunning, but you can't speedrun it. Like, you all need to be in the zone, otherwise you fail. Slant. Oh, you can speedrun roll through that. I know that this last area, once this door opens, you can speedrun through it to the end. And your teammates get teleported. So, as far as like speedrunning goes, you're not gonna fail the mission by running ahead. Which, it just takes time to learn that. Like, yeah, this part right here you can speedrun. How'd that not hit them? Bullet sponge enemies. And yes, you do get more score for killing the enemies. So you do want to kill all the enemies. Like, you can't just run through them. Like, at Seed Vault and the Asylum, there are 2 sections in both of them that I think you can pretty much... oh, they have an oh, no, they exploded that thing. That's why I took so much damage. Wondering why that hurt so much. Yeah, these we need to dodge. Those hurt an insane amount. Oh, jam. Oh, jammed. I could see their health bar get chunked by that. Very nice. Now, if I use plop plop, we can actually hit their... Ooh, I need to dodge this quickly. We can actually hit their orbs with plop plop. Oh, look at those crits. I need to make sure I'm standing on top of water though. That does feel a little bit stationary, admittedly. Like, I feel like if I'm not standing on water, I need to, like, move to water, and then... But that's why our Q is so good, because we can just place down water at our feet immediately. I am low HP right now. The, like the MP drops and MP regen, in my experience, you're just gonna get so much more MP from picking up drops on the ground than you're ever gonna get from, like, MP regen on a thing, you know? On an external component. That's my take on that. We're just clacking freaking crits constantly while we're in the water. I need MP though. Still getting decent crits though. But clearly way more when we're standing on water. That's because when we're not on water, we're not getting supply moisture. We're just not. GG's, that was a good DPS. Oh, nice. We got a ultimate support. The DBNO duration is just like, unusable. Unfortunately, we didn't get a, the tomb drop. The tomb vanguard. Who invented work? Biggest scam ever. Yeah, see, the key text on this, while on water. So if I run out of MP, we're dry. We're not getting any of this at all. By the end of that fight, we were dry. Enemies just were not dropping MP drops. And as far as my opinion goes, my experience in this game, you're not gonna get good MP from, like, MP recovery in combat. It's nothing. Don't get it. My experience in this game, don't get baited by MP recovery in combat. The max MP is okay, because that means when you pick up an MP drop, you're getting that extra, like, chunk. But the MP recovery in combat and out of combat is junk. It is junk. The main reason I'm using this Tomb Vanguard is because of the defense and the max HP. And then what denotes, like, in combat versus out of combat, the second you fire your weapon, you're now in combat. It's not, you don't want it. You don't want it. Always focus max HP defense. And then think about everything else after that. The HP recovery, I don't feel it at all. I don't see it. I don't feel it. So we need a sensor that's better for sure. This is like exactly, this mod right here is exactly, this is a very, very good one because of that defense and the gold drop rate. This one is also very good for the defense and the max HP. That's my take on that. Once we get max level Valby, we should have over 10,000 HP. We also get better weapon drops. I really think I should be running that Hard Slumber Valley. I need to get Valby max level before I try the Hard Executioner. And it does take some time. Yeah, weapon change speed. I'd say it goes like firearm attack, elemental attack, right? Firearm chill attack. And then weak point damage, attribute status, effect trigger rate. Like you have those 4 things in that order, like you're good. And then depending Colossus, damage versus Colossus specifically. Yeah, we're never gonna use a pistol against a Colossus. Now, why is it not deleting these? There we go. Okay. It's still worth it to look through those briefly. This thing chunks. I honestly think that this thing chunks. If we get a crit with it, it slams. Having a sniper rifle that we can default to when the boss goes into their invulnerability phase is going to be something we want to do. I'm probably going to do... I'm going to do ambush point. Some more because we have never enough gold. We're 2 away from maxing out supply moisture. Let's see how much it's going to cost to get another point. This is where we're at with our Valby crit build. And that's what I mean by like cranking Valby to the max. Is like maxing out supply moisture, maxing out our skill crit rate. Right? Like putting points into this and then putting points into this. And I swear, while I was standing on water getting headshots with the Eternal Willpower, we were lining up crits one after another. Like I'm talking 5 crits in a row. Which is massive increase in damage. But yeah, we need to get Valby max level as well. No, I don't even want to use any more gold on these things. Like I could get another 20 of these, but I want to save my gold for like that's not going to increase my DPS. Yeah. So we get Valby max level. Technically, as far as like us building to be able to solo the hard executioner, we're working on completing this quest. Technically, the second I saw this quest, I'm like, oh yes, this is that quest, right? We could get the divine punishment. What do we have to do? Complete research, divine pun. What pieces of the divine punishment do we have? I'm pretty sure we have quite a few at this point. Let me check it. I can check it here. We have 8 nanotubes, 0 polymer, 0 code. So we're clearly doing something that is dropping this over and over again. Dead Bride or Pyromaniac. This one probably contains something else that we were looking for. And then this is going to be... Nope, we are not doing that. That's why. That is why. That is why we don't have any of these. Because the only way to get this is to do the block Kuiper mining, which is basically that mission type where you just roll the dice on a drop for one of these. Yeah, that's why we don't have one. This we can get from a void fusion reactor. This is a neutralizer. This is another one of those. Those are like the hard cycle grind missions where you have like a drop chance, 30% drop chance for the amorphous, which then has another drop chance for the thing you're actually looking for. I do like the idea of soloing this stealth with Sharon. But again, it's going to come down to this. This is what it's going to come down to. Because if we want this thing, easy. Easy. Oh, it's tough. Is the divine punishment even worth? It's purely a... It's purely a co-op weapon. So, granting a buff to allies excluding yourself will grant you meditation. So you don't even get meditation unless you grant buffs to allies. Definitely sounds interesting. But not good enough for me to actually care about completing this just yet. And then, yes, we need to defeat... This is the other mission. So these two kind of line up. Yes. I'm gonna get another cup of coffee, and then I will do the... We're gonna have to run this more. Between leveling Valby, getting our weapon proficiency up, and getting gold at the best rate we possibly can, this is the mission. It's just the unfortunate reality. With the intended goal of being able to beat Hard Executioner solo. This is what we're going to be doing for a little while. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. So, two major goals. Leveling Valby to 40, back up to 40 because we use a crystallization catalyst. And the energy activator on Valby. And we need tons and tons of gold to get supply moisture maxed out so that we can crank Valby's capacity up all the way. Kind of crazy to come here and not see a single bunny, if I'm being honest. They're getting fire and water. Blair's flame zones and Valby's puddles. Yeah, you really don't need someone to just stand by the mission start. You really don't. And as far as Blair's abilities go, Blair is probably going to be just about as good as Bunny. I don't know about Jaber though. Honestly, like, as far as Jaber goes, Jaber seems like a hard support. Kind of like Enzo. Well, Jaber has turrets, but I don't know enough about Jaber's turrets to know whether they do like AoE or anything. It's kind of funny that they can take fire and splash puddle water damage. Well, non-attribute, right? Like, Valby being non-attribute is, like, still such a weird thing to me. Blair's flamethrower ability is actually decent. For farming. Did I fully level Blair? I can't remember. I think maybe? The shield guys are the toughest to deal with, for sure. I just immediately go for the shield guys. It would be really interesting to find, like, another mission that has a similar farm rate. But as far as I'm concerned, like, the gold grind, the second I could tell that I was, like, running out of gold constantly, I knew that it was going to come down to the gold grind. We knew it would. As far as like upgrading modules goes and whatnot, but we're doing like 3 things at the same time right now, which is fantastic. Grinding gold to max out Valby while leveling Valby, while getting our proficiency up on our eternal willpower. This is, as far as I can tell, depending on how many layers you want to look through, this is effectively grinding for Gley right now. Ultimate Gley. Like, this is grinding for Gley because we need to be able to do a hard executioner. And oh, those enemy combos, sometimes it feels like you need to unravel them. Like, you hit one enemy first, and then you can hit the next. I think all of our teammates went AFK. After this one, I'll cycle out. It's fine. They're AFK turret farming with Jaber. All right, we're GG'd. AFK turret farm with Jaber. Is that the end game meta? You just stand there with your turrets out? That's honestly pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'll peek at these quickly. Oh, singular. Blue Beetle. Yeah, I can't. With the ultimates, I can't. It's just too much. Like, you need the ultimate weapon, you need the correct skill power boost ratios, and you need the good roll. It's just, there are too many factors. Like, I can't. Looking through that, it's like, and most of these are for like the Blue Beetle and Azatia's Devotion. I just don't care about either of those weapons. So it's just a waste of my time. Here's a crit rate and damage. But again, the non-attribute, like, at this point, if it doesn't have a non-attribute roll on it, it's like just not going to be as good. This one has the dimension skill. Yeah, I really think like topping the only thing I want to change on the reactor that we currently have is the hand cannon. This one that we have is so good, I may actually increase its power. The only thing is the hand cannon. But hand cannon is okay. It's not ideal, but it's okay. I'd rather have the Silly Weeper, but it's not like it's completely unusable. If I see the word shield, I just immediately... Shield or receive, I just immediately junk. And then as for all of these weapon drops, we've cycled through so many of these that it's like... Yeah, we're good. Yeah, I'm gonna actually do that. I'm realizing that the reactor we have on Valby right now is so good that it's worth. I've cycled through like well over 100 other reactors. Nothing's gotten close. The reality is like it's just gonna be worth. This is just worth it just to get that extra little bit. And look, it costs 60 of these things. Whatever. Do it. There you go. Now it's enhanced and we can't accidentally delete it. It's so good because it's fusion non-attribute. And the rolls on it are fusion non-attribute. Good luck finding something like this because I think I got really, really lucky. This is why I think it's worth... I mean, I didn't get lucky. How many of these have we had drop? You know what I mean? It made sense that eventually we would find one that was basically impossible to top. Getting something that's better than this one is going to be very, very difficult. And it's probably going to come in the form of an ultimate reactor. Combined with an ultimate weapon that's actually good. Like the Thunder Cage. Yeah. The fact of the matter is if we actually want the divine punishment, we determined that I can change it up. I'm going to change it up. I'm not going to just go back to we can do block hypermining in White Knight Gulch. Or block hypermining in Sarah Land. I'll go to White Knight Gulch. But those are the two, as far as I can tell. As far as the 84 and 126 go, those are going to be hard mode pyromaniac. Like, I don't know if I want to deal with that. Now, I could check the 84 and see where it drops, right? Seed Vault, Echo Swamp hard. So we do Seed Vault hard, and then we get this to drop. 84. This is also how we get ultimate Gley enhanced cells. This is the truth is, when it comes to getting ultimate Gley, we're gonna actually need to get up to like hard pyromaniac. See, this is gonna be a part of that. But here we can do the void fusion reactors. I don't know if we actually believe that. The thing is, like, do we want to run Seed Vault? Because if we run Seed Vault, then we can also get the Divine Punishment. The 84. I'll do the Block Hypermine for at White Knight Gulch. It really comes down to, at that point, like, how do you want to farm for it? Right? Do we want to push into the harder Colossus? Kind of, but not really. Like, the Colossus are a content wall in the game. They made them very, very difficult all the way up to level 130 with the Molten Fortress. It's pretty clear why they did that, right? It's a part of the end game. And as far as it goes, like being a part of the end game, I don't care. Like, I don't care to try and do... I love how we just lost half of our health. If you're using that mod that gives you more firearm attack by losing half of your health, you could definitely, like, hurt yourself by exploding the barrels right next to you. But what I was saying is, like, as far as grinding a hard Colossus goes, I know it's there. I know. But I also know that I only have 10 Descendant slots. And as far as Ultimate Gley goes, I should be able to get all of Ultimate Gley by only doing Hard Executioner. Because every other piece other than the code you can get by doing Void Fusion Reactors. We do get gold drops from these too. Not as good though. Definitely not as good. These missions overall, like, the reason why I do, and being flat out honest, it's kind of interesting to recognize in hindsight, but doing anticipated ambush point is actually bad for me. Because it's making me just do these other missions thinking like, yeah, this is not as good as anticipated ambush point. Those enemies don't just stop you from using your abilities. They completely deplete your MP. It's very, very bad. There's no way to dodge it other than just like by not being close enough. As far as I can tell, these are... You just eliminate the enemies around the point. That's pretty much it. This mission's location, there is a actually good mission that you can do here where you get neural circuits. And that's actually a good mission for drops. I don't need neural circuits, but we could also farm that mission for gold and other stuff. Called like fortress outskirts or something. Every time I do this mission, I get server lag. It's something specific to this mission. That rubber banding. It doesn't happen anywhere else. Very strange. It has to be like something to do with the servers that are dedicated to this one map. Once we get max level with Valby, we will have over 10,000 HP. I will attempt the hard executioner again solo. And you do get like these gold drops, the 56,000, like that's not a small amount of gold. That's decent, but it's not as good as just constantly. I don't know. It's debatable. It's debatable. Because we're also rolling for the amorphous. There's level 36. That's what we're looking for. I tried to get to them in time, and seemed like they modifiers are crazy. Skill cooldown minus 30%. They're like these drops on the ground that are like lime green, yellow. That give you like insane buffs for a brief amount of time. Yeah, you can't just jump across here. This mission is also weird in the sense that it doesn't tell you when you're done with an area. It just kind of like stops having an icon. That's it. So like if you're not paying attention, it's like kind of difficult to tell where to go. But yeah, we can farm the Fortress Outskirts mission as well. I really think that that's like second in line. And it's interesting because it takes a different form, you know? It's like the mission isn't nearly as short as anticipated outpost and anticipated ambush. Oh, getting stuck like that. No, dude, no. I can't. That's one of my biggest gripes in the game. When you get stuck on a ledge like that. Oh, that feels so bad. Your character, like, doesn't slide. Oh, we have the bug. Or wait, do we have the bug? No. So I don't think this is actually a bug. I think we picked up a drop that gave, see that green arrow on the left side of my character? I think this gave us infinite ammo. See, now it's ended? Yeah. There's a drop. I think one of the enemies drops it in this mission. I thought it was a bug, but I think it's a buff. Like I was saying earlier, they're buffs that the enemies drop. There's a buff that gives you infinite ammo for a brief amount of time. Last time I experienced that, I'm like, oh, is this some type of like infinite firing bug? It's not a bug. The buff that one of the enemies drops in the mission. The travel time is so long that I can imagine people who have done this mission a whole bunch. Yeah, the two amorphous drops, the 39 and the 38, we didn't get. That's only a 10%. Yeah, I can't. I can't. If we're gonna do that mission, yeah, look, like 10,000 bundle, like whatever. If I'm gonna do this kind of mission, no, but that's what I said earlier. Like, we're gonna have to. It's either that, what we just did, rolling out a 26% chance for the actual amorphous itself, or we do hard pyromaniac. Where's that bundle drop we got? Here. It's an item that you use and it just gives you 10,000 gold. But yes, that is, it's either like normal mindless grind, or we build towards hard pyromaniac and we run hard seed vault. Hard seed vault, I actually like seed vault as an infill. I've said it time and time again. I love these infiltration operations. Like, that structure is great. These missions, the special operations, are like the grind missions. These are like just the hard farm, like Kingston defense mission. Like, you're probably not going to see me do this again for a long time. Because as far as these missions go, I like the 30% chance. I've run this many, many times. I don't think I've gotten this a single time by wave 7. It's like that's what I'm talking about. Oh, but it's a 30% chance though. Yeah, it's a 30% chance, meaning there's a chance you run this 30 times and you don't get a single one. So that's my take. Whereas with these, right, you run hard seed vault, you guarantee this drop 100%. So if we're gonna do anything, it's gonna be the hard infiltration operations, and that's personally what I recommend in the game. Because otherwise it's going to get so grindy. We again, that mission we just did, no weapon drops, no external component drops, no reactor drops. You know what I mean? I'll run that mission I was talking about. This is a mission that I recommend. There are two missions that I hard recommend in hard mode. Sterile Land, anticipated ambush point. You will not be having your time disrespected when you're doing this mission. You get a lot of gold, a lot of reactors, a lot of weapon drops, a lot of module drops. And Fortress Outskirts. This Fortress Outskirts mission is another one, but this one you really need more than one person. Kind of like anticipated ambush point, but even more so. If there isn't someone else doing this mission, then it's almost not worth doing, if I'm honest. It's definitely worth doing if someone else is doing it though, because working together, it doesn't just mean you both do like twice as much. It's even faster than twice as fast. If you activate all of the points at this, you don't need to be in the point, right? But this is still progressing even though I'm standing here. See? So all you need to do is activate all of the points at the same time and make sure that... Why was I not able to hit that enemy? Dude, bugging. Bugging. It be bugging. I swear, the devs have some serious work they need to put into the polish of this game. Like, the fact that I put over 100 hours into this game and dealt with, like, all of the lack of polish, I maintain my... I still maintain my recommendation, like, or my non-recommendation. We need to activate this one. I'm gonna flat out say, again, do not put money into this game. Like, just do not put money in this game. If you do, I'm not gonna judge you. That's fine. That's fine. But I do not recommend putting money into this game until next season. And then maybe I'll change my recommendation. I'm gonna write... You can activate all at the same time, goes faster, and you don't need to stand in the zone for it to progress. Yeah, you don't actually need to stand in the zone. They were saying get in. It's like you don't need to stand in the zone. You just need to make sure the enemies don't get in the zone. Which is why this mission is one of the best, like the second best farm mission. This mission that we just did, I mean, you can just look. Like, I'll just show you. It's longer than the anticipated ambush, but the amount of drops you get is just amazing. And as far as I can tell, only one person needs to start it. And once you get to this point, you just immediately activate all of them. All of them. Farming Gley reactor? Oh, a reactor for Gley. Okay, I don't even have Gley. But this mission is like beautiful for Valby. It's just beautiful. Because you can get all of the enemies to spawn and then you just knock them down. You just knock them down. I'm just surrounded by enemies constantly. This mission has one of the best drop rates, I think, in the game. But you have to do something that is not really expected, right? You have to activate all of the locations at the same time, which is not what I think the devs anticipated people doing. But you're not intentionally failing the mission, right? Dude, my survivability is absurd. The amount of hits I'm taking right now is absurd. Oh, slam. Get dunked on. And this is the best neural farm in the game. If you're looking for neural circuits, like this is where you go to get it. Valby bunny combo farm is amazing. It took it, yeah. And you can just kite the enemies away from the points too. It's pretty funny. Like some of the enemies will go to the points, some of them will try to attack you. But you can see, like, again, this is in line with anticipated ambush plan. Like, you are not wasting your time if you're doing this mission. But, like I said, you pretty much need a Valby, you need a bunny. I'm probably gonna check some stuff. I should set my filters to just get rid of all of the, Nah, I'm probably gonna run it one more time and then I'll worry about it. Are those world enemies? Interesting. All the regular the mission enemies despawn after you kill that one elite. If they're gonna be checking stuff, I'll check stuff quickly. That's tough. That's just tough. Because the ASUS, yeah. Oh, this is tough as well. Shield recovery, I just don't care about. Max shield and shield recovery, I just don't care about. Yeah, these are non-attribute singular. As far as our reactor for Valby goes, we're good. I don't know what else, what other kind of reactor we'd be looking for. Electric singular for bunny. Ooh, skill cost. Maybe. I might hold on to that. I think we have another one that is, I think his skill cost on bunny is interesting. Let me zap all of these. Zapped. Alright, we're good. You cannot AFK while doing this mission. which is also another awesome part about it. Like, you'll never see someone AFK farming this, because enemies will run to them and will attack them. This may actually be my favorite mission in the game. The only downside is the frame rate, which is my main. I've gone over my main gripes about the game like several times. Biggest two gripes are performance, hands down performance, and server stability. I said it during the crossplay beta. I said it during the technical test. If they don't get that stuff worked out, then the game is gonna decline. Like, people just won't play the game. Like, oh hey, I get 30 frames per second on every single area. I'm just gonna play something else. Like, that's what actually happens. That's what actually happens. And that's what's actively happening right now. A lot of people, reasonably so, and I agree, a negative review for this game that says, oh, I tried to play it and I got 30 frames, like 20 frames per second. You're completely valid. Like, as a negative review, that's completely valid. I'm not talking about someone who has a potato computer from like 10 years ago. I'm talking about somebody who has like a 2080 or even like a 3060 graphics card. Like, they shouldn't be getting terrible performance. See how fast that part went? Because we did it all at the same time. The only problem with this mission is you get so many drops that it's hard to know which ones to keep. That's the hardest part of this mission. That's a good grind mission for sure. That may actually be my favorite mission in the game. And I know that sounds so ridiculous. Like, really? This mission, the Fortress Outskirts mission? Yes. It's in my favorite zone in the game. I've stated before, White Knight Gulch is my favorite zone. And the mission type where you have to activate all four of them and then just fend off enemies from all four zones at the same time. The drop rate, the gold drop, the Kuiper shard drop, the reactor, the module, just the overall drop rate, very good. And there is no way that you're ever going to see someone AFK farming this mission. You just can't. You would go down over and over again. People could try, but you're just going to end up getting attacked until you go down over and over again. Oh, if this was a fusion, dimension and fusion, it'd be very good. But yeah, we're getting from that mission, we're getting non-attribute singular, which is not what we need for Valby. Again, I mean, this thing is not going to get topped for a long time. I think it's still good to check stuff out. I wanted to check this out for Bunny. As far as electric singular goes, Electric singular. No, the skill cost and the skill cooldown. And the assault rifle. Yeah, nah. There's a reason why we're holding on to that. And yes, they are blue rolls. I see that. But again, we went over that before. The difference between like a blue roll and an ultimate roll is like maybe point. It's just a couple percent. Extra Hero, welcome back. So as far as blue rolls go, I would take 2 good blue attributes over a janky or like unnecessary ultimate roll any day. Like DBNO duration. Like, oh, I got an ultimate down but not out duration roll. Who cares? Ooh. Interesting. This drops, that mission we were just doing drops the Forest Gaze. The weapon drops you get and the different dream, but the different dream, the Forest Gaze is more ammo efficient. That Colossus attack with the chill attack is very interesting though. Yeah, I think we're good on that. I see Nud had all good info in chat earlier. Yeah. As far as that mission goes, we did it a little bit earlier in the stream. You can watch back and check. As far as my experience doing both the anticipated ambush and that outpost with Valby, my drop rate in my experience is still better at an anticipated ambush point. It's still better. Now that's what I have experienced. I haven't calculated any hard exact numbers, but anticipated ambush point, I feel like is a higher gold drop rate. Are we? No, we're level 38. And that fortress outskirts at White Knight Gulch is also very, very good. I did want to check. Hold on. We have another different dream. And the one we have is better. But really, is it? This has a higher chill attack roll than this one has fire attack. The firearm attack is only 0.2% different. And we have bonus firearm attack against Colossus. I don't know about that. I don't know about that DPS. I think this DPS is better. I think this is like calculating the crit damage or something. I don't know. I can't just go off of DPS. I really can't. I just wanted to level guns and get millions of gold. Yeah, anticipated ambush point. Or, so the two that I've definitely seen the most from are this battlefield mission, anticipated ambush point, extermination, and the fortress outskirts. Normal mission composite. This one, what you do, it says 15 minutes or less. You can get this down to 3 minutes. You just activate all 4 of the points at the same time. And you don't even need to be inside of the points. All you need to do is fend the enemies off. So as far as I understand it, the second you activate each point, it starts spawning enemies for each point. If you have all of them activated at the same time, the spawn rate increases drastically because each one is spawning enemies. And then with Valby and Bunny combo, you just go around fending off each point, getting insane amounts of weapon drops. This may have one of the highest spawn rates in the game. This mission right here, as far as I can tell, may have one of the highest spawn rates in the game because of that fact. As far as I can tell, the developers didn't think about players activating all of them at the same time. But it results in an insanely high spawn rate. Yeah, this is... those are the 2 that I recommend. Yeah. As for this, I don't think you're gonna get as much. I'd probably stealth this with Sharon to get the Amorphous, though. We are on this grind right here. Wait, are we at 78 of 70? Oh, yeah, we just leveled up. So, as far as putting points into anything, I'm probably just going to go like, how can you go wrong with this? Skill power, non-attribute skill power. And yes, I know we're going for crit rate, but, I mean, we already have emergency measures and front lines. So I think we're good. Like, this setup right here is definitely starting to seem like a very solid core Valby crit build. And we are going to have over 10,000 HP. We're getting very close. In 2 more levels, we will have over 10,000 HP. I've done them all, so I'm probably going to do the one that's going to get nerfed. So my take on that, given my experience with that mission, is they are going to nerf it because they don't want people to intentionally fail missions to get maximum farm. That is my take. Not because the drop rate is better, but because they don't want people to start getting salty about people killing the boss. Dynamic. Yeah, as far as that goes, I think I'm just gonna go back to Fortress Outskirts. Between Anticipated Ambush and Fortress Outskirts, like, I need to get Valby to level 40. Then I'm going to attempt the Hard Executioner. And then that is the beginning of the ultimate Gley code grind. Where if we can beat the Hard Executioner, then we're good to begin doing Slumber Valley. Oh, interesting. Are they... Wait, why would they be... No. See, some of the AI... I was thinking they were baiting the AI out. But some of the AI... Why can I not hit any of these now? There we go. Some of the AI will go to the objectives and just stand there. So you can't just bait the AI away from the objectives. That's not like a valid strategy on this mission. Bunny Valby combo on this mission is the true. Always having the eternal willpower reloading is the true. Always canceling my reload by using my abilities is the true. You will dominate the hard executioner for sure. Hopefully. When we tried it with Bunny the first time, we got it down to like 70% HP. Definitely feels like we can do more this time around. The only thing is I'm holding off on using my other energy activator because if I can beat the hard executioner without using it, then I'm not gonna use it. Not yet, at least. Can I jump all the way over there? You can. Ha! Yeah, and you get a ton of neural from this mission. We don't need neural to... The neural circuits. Cancel reloading has made the willpower even better. Yeah, there is a way to cancel the end of it. If you do it too early, though, it resets the reload time, which is rough. The only problem with this, I mean, I guess you could have someone go back here to start it and then pick up the neural later. The only problem with this mission is restarting it. You could restart from the mission screen, though. And then as for me soloing this mission, gonna be tough. I can definitely do it. It's just going to be much more effective if we have a bunny with us. A bunny or another Valby, or, I mean, really, any other person. Any other Descendant would make it a much more efficient farm. Yeah, that it starts getting crazy. Very, very difficult to solo this. I think using plop plop to go from one to the other is like... I wonder if you could even... if you can even complete this solo. We're definitely making progress. The reload time on the Eternal Willpower is definitely huge bottleneck. But if you roll right at the end of it, like right now, you can cancel it. You're playing Call of Duty Zombies? Pretty much. Like, as far as the spawn rate here goes, it's like... I'm playing on hard mode, by the way. I am playing on hard mode. This Eternal Willpower is the best assault rifle in the game. As far as I'm concerned. I don't even have an energy activator in this thing. Oh, you can cancel the reload by using your sub attack as well. Funny. If I stand right here, I think I can actually, yeah, I can make it to over here. Dude, D is done now. We don't need to pick that up until the end, though, I don't think. There's level 40. Ah, we did it too early. Didn't we reset our reload? Is done. But you can clearly see why, like, if you have another person to do this with, either a Bunny or another Valby, we're gonna be able to solo it, no doubt. But the amount of time it takes is longer, just longer. Doing this all at the same time, though, is by far the most effective. Yeah, we're at 9,700 HP. As far as HP goes, I think we prioritized a little bit more defense. And because of that, we're not at 10,000. So moving forward, I'm definitely going to prioritize a little bit more HP because I like having 10k HP Valby. Even if it means we have less HP. Or defense. Even if it means we have less defense. Yeah, almost 8 minutes to solo it. That gets down to like 3 minutes if you have another player with you. But as it be with the way it randomly matches you up with players, the game said, you're gonna do an 8-minute mission solo instead of anyone joining you. And that is the humble gold farmer life. Sometimes it is that way. And we just accept it. Oh, crit rate and crit damage. That's interesting. It doesn't have any elemental roll. I'll compare it to the other one we have. Chill attack on this one. I'll compare that one. Yeah, as for looking through these, it's we're good. We are good. Now we will look through these. Oh, that's so hard. But no, is it? Because, well, the defense, like if this was a defense, I could justify that max HP roll. Ooh. This is looking very, very good. This, even though it's max shield, like, look at that max HP roll. I think that's the highest max HP roll I've ever seen. The question is, do we accept it? How much HP do we have? 9744, 35,000 defense. 11,600. Oh, we lose so much defense by getting rid of this. How much exactly? 24, 3. Oh, that is like 11,000. Almost 11,000. That's like 10,000, a solid 10,000 defense we lose by getting rid of this. I think we accept it. I think we accept it. We can't just take this because of the awesome... Like, if this was a shield, if this was a defense instead of a shield, then I would take that. That max HP roll is so tempting, but that 69 max shield is just, it's the worst. It's the absolute worst type you can get. Between HP, defense, and shield, shield is the worst. Now, this one is interesting because that fire resist for the hard pyromaniac potentially. Let's see this. If we compare this one, it's going to be easier to see here. 3730 max HP, defense instead of max HP. I think the max HP roll and the fire resist roll are better. This one gives defense rather than HP, so this one is the better one overall because it's more balanced. And yes, it's obviously not as good as the one we're using. The Tomb Vanguard is what we need to probably grind for next, but that's going to be like doing the Slumber Valley hard mode over and over again. I am going to attempt the hard executioner very soon. So it'll be interesting to see whether we can do it. 11.9, 10.8, but that crit damage with Valby's supply moisture. I still like this one simply because the Colossus damage. I don't think the DPS factors in that massive 17,000 extra Colossus damage. The crit rate and the crit damage, though, is it's definitely tempting because that makes it more usable overall. And if we're going like crit, but the thing is, on a sniper rifle, crit rate, like, you're not firing it over and over again. No, we don't like crit rate on a sniper rifle. We like crit rate on a machine gun. So that raw Colossus damage and chill attack is what we actually like. See, when it comes to this tamer, that's what we like. That's what we like to see on a machine gun, not on a sniper rifle. The only thing on this tamer that obviously sticks out is the toxic attack, but it doesn't matter. That's the very awesome thing about Valby crit build, is the elemental type doesn't matter because we're focusing on crit hit, crit rate, crit damage, and firearm attack. That's it. We don't care about elemental. Valby is a non-attribute. That's a great thing about it. I think, yes. So it's gonna depend, but I think we are gonna use our electric resist. So we have 9735. Yeah, that drops our defense by 10,000. I don't know if we can even use this thing. I think we have to use... Like, if you look at this defense roll on here, like... The electric resistance is great, but 4,000 defense? Is the electric resist really going to be that worth it? I'm pretty sure raw defense is going to be more worth it. And that way we don't need to worry about this just for the electric type Colossus. Yeah, we're done with that. The 4,000 defense roll is amazing. I think trying to get over 10,000 max HP is ridiculous. Like, maybe we'll find something that ends up pushing us over 10,000, but sacrificing 10,000 defense for maybe 300 HP is not worth it. It's just not. I'm pretty much, we're good. Like, as far as this preset goes, I'll save this. And we're gonna do hard executioner. Private. Solo. But I will be right back before I start. All right, I'm back. Yeah, we're set, right? I'm going to take the chill attack off of this, and I'm going to put points into poison priority. As far as reload time goes, we can kind of cancel the end of our reload by taking the opportunity to roll. The reload time on the Eternal Willpower is one of the biggest drawbacks, though, between the fire rate and the reload time. But ooh, that's getting expensive. Yeah, let's just go with 300. Beyond that, it starts scaling like crazy. This is flat out worth it. Flat out. You can't go wrong with rifling reinforcement. We're always going to have rifling reinforcement and action and reaction on the Eternal Willpower. Beyond that, 2 module capacity, can't do anything about it. That's interesting. I actually increased my reload time. Wait, what do you mean? The reload time on the Eternal Willpower is by far like one of the biggest downsides. Like, I feel like I'm reloading this thing a lot. And every second I'm reloading it, I'm not doing firearm attack. I'd almost rather lower the fire rate because the fire rate's already so low, but it's okay. Regardless, like, we should be able to at least get very close to beating this thing. It may come down to the last minute. It may very well. We'll find out. Regardless, I like the idea of attempting this solo like once every stream until we get our build strong enough. So my reload time is longer? Yeah, reload time doesn't seem like a bad thing to sacrifice for more toxic attack, especially because the executioner is weak to toxic damage. This ability that they're doing right now, we can tank hits from it. This ability that they do, we can't dodge. So this is the time to use, yeah. Clean up. That's the first time our shield's broken. Interesting. There's their immunity phase. Should I try and snipe it? Should probably try and snipe it. Try and get up here. Oh, what did it do? Okay, well, we hit it. Tried to get up here and it like knocked me back down. I still can't get a clear shot on it. All right, well, that phase is over now. It like knocked me back down. I didn't mean to do that twice. I didn't need to do it twice. I think hitting the side of the leg is going to be easier. Fuck off. I did get hit by that, didn't I? Alright, their shield is down now. I need MP drops. We have to take the hummingbirds out for drops. Yeah. Gotta love how I keep canceling my reload. Dude, I have no MP. Give me the MP. There we go. Alright, they're immune phase. If I can go snipes again, it should be okay. Oh, they move so much. They move and then they stop moving and then they move again. The way that they like jerk is makes it nearly impossible. I might not even bother, man. It's so frustrating to try and hit that back part when they're moving around. And that phase doesn't last that long, so... Oh no, they can actually block you while you're in your fucking cleanup. That feels so bad. It's gonna be close, no matter what I do. They can hit you while you're in your cleanup. That's so bad. I need to just keep hammering, dude. Just keep clacking this thing as fast as I can. I'm out of ammo for it. Yep. Another immune phase. I hit it twice. I'm out of ammo with that. I'm gonna run out of time. We're done. 1 minute. We got him down to 50%. It's the shit like this, right? Like why soloing is more difficult. It's like you know, you have two people, one person takes out the hummingbirds, the other person keeps getting the damage off. This is why you don't see me doing this often. Because all I can think about while I'm just continuously shooting this giant fucker over and over again is the fact that I'm getting nothing. So, yeah, it's going to come down to putting a energy activator in this thing. Yeah, so we got them down to like, what, 25, 30%? But I can already tell it's not going to happen. And when that timer goes down, we get nothing. So 25% HP. We got them down to 25%. And guess what? We get nothing. 10 minutes. 10 minutes of my time. That's why I don't like doing Colossus fights. That's probably one of the things I enjoy least about this game, if I'm being honest. But here's the alternative. I don't like being carried, and I don't want to do it in a party because then it feels like I'm not actually progressing my PvE, you know? But as far as it goes, like, it's pretty much we need a toxic roll on this, and then we need a energy activator on it. As far as having more mod capacity goes, we need toxic attack on this, and then we need more mod capacity. But now I'm starting to think instead of reload time, we just do... See, look at that. 29. Let me see. Toxic gun barrel, I think we can get the toxic attack even higher. If we get it up to 6. But yeah, that was much more than the first time we tried. But the Colossus in the game are the hard content walls. Like, they are the thing that is stopping people from just reaching the end and then saying, hey, there's nothing to do. That is what the Colossus are. But sitting in a mission, shooting at an enemy for 10 minutes flat, and then getting absolutely nothing at the end of those 10 minutes, and seeing that last bit of health that we know would have only taken us maybe another 2 minutes, doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. That's why I only do that maybe once every stream. This is the real end game, what you're looking at. That red number right there, that's the real number. I play for the boss fights. Yeah, but that's the whole thing, right? Is like the PvE progression leads into the boss fights. Like, I could go and do Grave Walker in less than a second. It's about like the difficulty scaling and what you're trying to farm. I'm gonna say it again. The only reason I'm even attempting hard executioner solo is because I want the ultimate Gley code. That's it. But yeah, the infiltration missions in the game are the best missions in the game. That's the best content in the game. That's why I didn't mind jumping back and forth between Seed Vault and the Asylum to get the Sharon blueprints. If I upgrade this 6 times, look at that. 46%. And it's cheap. It's cheap compared to maxing it out. So if we went with this instead of this, we wouldn't have run out of ammo, and we probably would have had more consistent DPS. And honestly, I think it's time to try and get a good reroll on the Eternal Willpower. I think we're just going to sit here rolling for a little while. I'll use 20 of these things. But the chill attack, the firearm attack, it's not what we're looking for. We're looking for like crit damage and firearm. I would honestly take this one. I'm probably just going to settle for this one. When it comes to elemental rolls, I'm just like, I don't... That was 10 rolls. Like, I don't want to... I'm not touching that lock button. We can find... Again, we have a energy activator. But this is where the wall is. This is it. You're looking at the wall right now. The only thing is weak point on gun sucks. Yeah, we need... So we had chill attack on it. We want to avoid fire and electric. As far as staying in our own puddles goes, I think we did a decent job of keeping it going. Firearm attack to Colossus is also good. But I'm gonna burn through like 20 of these. There's crit rate and crit damage. I may just forego the firearm attack for this roll. Because the chill attack is like, yeah. And no, I'm not gonna do this. We're not doing this right now. We're good. So yeah, that's the wall. We had them down to about 25%. I'm not going to attempt it again. For today, I've been streaming for 5 hours. The crit hit damage is so big. Well, that's what I saw, right? 40%. Yeah, maybe not weak point damage, maybe crit something, right? But then it gets, we're gonna need to use the energy activator on this thing. Which means we need to grind for another energy activator. But that's the wall. Like, that's why they're the energy activators in the game. The developers made that level gap, right? Like, you'll get to level 100 and then what you see is 102. That's how it's been with all of the normal Void Intercept battles. The jump from Devourer to Pyromaniac is 12, but here you can only find like level 65 drops at most. Pyromaniac, this one right here is probably one of the hardest content walls in the game in normal mode. But yeah, probably not weak point damage. Again, we got them down to 25%. It's going to come down to me landing my hits better, staying in my puddles better, and making sure we're doing more toxic damage. Like, this is the biggest switch we just made. For sure. Focus fire might be better. I'm rooting for you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's a definite decision I've made to solo. I don't want to do hard executioner and then just get carried. I'd rather get stuck at this wall than just get carried into the next hard intercept. Here's another 30% crit damage. Ha! This increases, I don't know, if this doesn't scale the firearm critical hit rate, then it's... I'm going to call it again. I'm going to call it again. It's not going to scale the positive, but it's going to scale the negative. I'm going to call it again. And I'm going to have to go to Cillian to check to see which one scales, because there's no way to check what happens when you enhance a module in your inventory until you're standing right here, which is very fun. I like having to run back and forth over and over again. Yeah, see, at max, this gives me 34 with a 1% rate. Does not scale the crit rate. Does not scale. 1% plus crit rate is not what we're looking for. But yeah, I'm hitting my 5-hour mark on this stream. I'm like, what am I looking for again? Because I had to go to the enhanced module screen to even know what I was trying to compare. There was one that lowered reload time. This one, concentration priority. So negative 8% reload time. It didn't scale the 1% crit rate. It did. I'm pretty sure it's going to scale the reload. Yep. Look at that. There you go. You want your reload to take fucking 5 years? Use this thing. But it would increase its DPS. Right? If we're going for critical hit damage, then this is the thing. That is the thing. Between concentration priority and fatal critical. Right? But this one doesn't scale as much. If we max this one out, it doesn't scale as high. It only goes up to 34. So we either take the thing is, if you sacrifice reload time, right? Every millisecond that you're spending reloading your weapon, you're not doing any damage. But if you can make it so it's a trade-off, if you can make it so it's a trade-off, if we're using crit supply moisture with Valby, that buffs our crit rate base by 20%. But here's the problem. This doesn't increase our crit rate at all. This just increases crit damage. So it's something to consider. We need something that like reverses and increases crit rate. Do I really need to type in critical hit rate all the way? Yeah, I do. Yeah, marksman would probably be a decent. Insight focus. Crit rate and crit damage, right? So we aim to just always doing crits. That's what we aim to do. As far as toxic gun barrel goes, this does toxic attack, but it doesn't factor into our DPS. Even though we're doing plus 46.3%, this is going to be toxic attack as a percentage of our firearm attack, right? I'm very confused right now. Firearm attack here, 93%, is what we're getting on top of our base. So this is plus 93%, right? Yeah, I'm going to put points into insight. Focus. Because this increases the crit rate and the crit damage. Which further... Wouldn't we want to focus on crit damage, though, rather than crit rate? I don't know. I'm getting fried, though. If we want critical hit damage, it's going to be this, for sure. It's definitely going to be that. Yeah, so the thing is we're probably going to need to use an energy activator in this thing. And as for getting another energy activator, we're going to need to probably next stream use Sharon and Enza. But yes, we definitely got closer to defeating the Executioner. We got the Executioner down to 25%. I'd say over 25% because we had to delete their shield. We're saying 25% of their health bar. Not including their shield. So I'd say we're pretty close. Now, as far as my survivability goes, I didn't go down a single time. I got close to going down once or twice, but mostly it was the fact that I wasn't standing in my pools and I was missing my snipes on the plasma amplifier. Like, if I slam this with the sniper rifle consistently, then we can end their invulnerability and continue getting damage off. Those invulnerability periods are the thing, that's the extra 25%. Which then just comes down to skill. It's just like, get good, land your shots on this thing. But yeah, we definitely made progress. We're in the late end game of our hardcore Valby crit build. We are humble gold farmers now. No, I did not. Nudwiser, you can check back on stream. I got them down to 25% HP. So we got well beyond halfway. And significantly closer than we did the first time. Now, next stream, I may very well use my energy activator on the Eternal Willpower to get the extra mod capacity so that we can get more damage from this thing. From Toxic Gun Barrel, Insight Focus, and Concentration Priority. Yes. But yeah, I've been streaming just over 5 hours. I'm going to leave it here. If you've been enjoying my live streams, please consider liking and subscribing, and I will be on in the future. Thank you.